Young Turks, Cenk and John with you today. Two enormous stories. The Bundy Ranch standoff has come to some conclusion, but not a complete conclusion. It's come to a conclusion for Lavoy Finicum, who's dead. It's come to a conclusion for Eamon Bundy, among others, and Ryan Bundy. I'll show you a picture that backs that up in a little bit. As they are under arrest. Some are unbelievably not under arrest, which I'm going to rage about in a second. Jesus, you might want to get Django Unchained.
They ran a check, and they are actually white. And we initially suspected. Turns out they ran the tests. They're white.
Yeah.
They were.
All right. So that's coming up, and then Trump, in a move I have never seen in politics, a couple of days before an election, says, "Nah, I'm not going to do your debate." Unbelievable! It's really one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen.
That's what he says.
That's what he says. He might still back down.
My final judgment stands. We'll see. We'll talk about it.
You and your final judgment.
Yeah,
They don't seem that final to me. I don't know.
Declaring things really strongly and then being proven wrong really soon after we release the video. Like right after.
Well, in a sense, I guess I'm the opposite because I get proven right. No, I'm kidding.
Allegedly right. Allegedly proven.
No. In all seriousness, the reason I brought that up is I just did a final judgment last night on the Bundy guys, and I'm like, starve them out, freeze them out, right? And then finally, apparently, the authorities had lost their patience as I had.
Well, they finally watched the video, and then they're like,
"Oh, let's go!" Right? Oh, yeah. I think that they might have been in mid-shooting as I was shooting the video. They were shooting Finicum. Anyway, so that has come to a conclusion. Anyway, lots of stories, lots of rage, lots of Young Turks. Let's do it.
Yeah, so we're going to be starting off, obviously, in Oregon. Big story, lots to cover. Let's get to it. Last night, the feds finally moved in on the militia members illegally occupying the Malheur Wildlife Refuge, capturing some of the leadership on the outskirts of the area and engaging in a shootout with some of the other militia members, resulting in one death. Here's the overview. Eamon Bundy, the sort of, self-proclaimed leader of the organization, and 4 others, including his brother Ryan Bundy, were arrested after a traffic stop, which resulted in a gunfight. Militia member Robert Lavoy Finicum was killed in the gunfire, and Ryan Bundy was shot in the arm, although he does not appear to be seriously injured. 2 other militia leaders were arrested separately, and a third, John Eric Ritzheimer, turned himself in to authorities in Arizona. He got there really fast. So we do have mugshots of some, not all of the people who were arrested just last night, but you're seeing a good number there, including the Bundy brothers in the top left.
Okay, now, I'm going to rage in a second and get very serious on this. But we cannot let that picture slide without noting Ryan Bundy. So his picture alone is graphic 23, too, so we can see that as well. He's the upper left corner, second from the left. Eamon Bundy's first from the left, and then we're looking straight at the picture, and then Ryan Bundy. Okay, has there ever been a bigger definition of than that picture? That's probably true. Okay, I mean,
to be fair, he'd just been shot.
No, he didn't. The other Ryan got shot. There's 2 Ryans.
Okay.
And so Ryan Bundy didn't get shot. Ryan Payne got shot. And by the way, that's also in dispute. 2 of the guys in the car say he didn't really get shot. It was shrapnel that hit him. Right. One hysterical woman, which you'll hear from in a little bit, was everybody's the cops are killing everybody. They shot Ryan Payne. Now this is Ryan Bundy.
Yes, that's Ryan Bundy.
In his mugshot. So that's his normal state of affairs. He's still got the chew in his mouth as they have arrested him, and he went through this thing where people were shot. Nonetheless, he's still okay. I mean, you want to talk about a hick? Hey, that is a definition. All right, now let's get serious.
Just committed a hick job on him.
Okay. Now let's get serious about some of the stuff that's going on here. First of all, I'll just jump in right there with the last graphic that John had there. One of the militia leaders arrested in Arizona. What the hell's he doing in Arizona?
Yeah.
This is amazing to me.
Well, there have been crazy open borders basically this entire time. They're going into town.
No, but
they're buying supplies.
They went and bought groceries. So the thing that amazed me is I kept reading, trying to figure out how are these guys contained earlier before the shootout. Now we have more details because of the. I don't even know if it's fair to call it a shootout. One guy got killed because he charged the cops. Okay, because of the arrest. And then when you read into the details, you find out, no, they're free to come and go. The dude goes to Arizona. Nobody arrests them.
Yeah.
They go get groceries. Nobody arrests them.
Well,
they go talk to they say they went and talked to the federal authorities, the FBI, unarmed. They'd have conversations with them.
Yeah.
Well, FBI, no. If you're having a conversation with a dude who took over federal property with a weapon, here's the conversation. Here, how that conversation goes. You're under arrest. That's how that conversation goes. Mm-hmm. This story is the definition of white privilege. And if you don't see that you've got white privilege, well, you haven't and don't realize it. Yeah. Which is the whole point. Now, eventually, this Finicum guy got shot. Let John give you all the details. Yeah. And then I want to come back with some of the privileges that they had that no one else in the country would be afforded.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's easy to criticize, but I think that they were doing a classic starve out, where you just really hope that they don't buy enough groceries for all of them to eat. That's what the government does. They lock them down, they starve them out. They don't eat with them. Necessarily. But yeah, we do have the details on Lavoie, which we'll get to in just a second. But right off the bat, we have a commentary by Head Bundy, Cliven Bundy, who's a political leader, apparently now, who says this is a total disaster to be happening in America where we have federal people killing innocent people. He defines innocent differently than I do, I think. We believe that these federal people shouldn't even be there in that state and be in that county and have anything to do with this issue. Well, I feel that way about a different group than the federal people. I have some sons and other people there trying to protect our rights and liberties and freedoms, and now we've got one killed, and all I can say is he's sacrificed for a good purpose. Agree to disagree on that. Now, in terms of the reaction from the militia members, so the militia members find out that Lavoie has been shot, and there's immediately both an uproar in the militia circles right there in Oregon and around the country, but then we also have sort of different ideas of exactly what happened to him, and it took a little while for the real story to come out. So first, here is video released by militiamen in Oregon when they find out that one of their own has been killed in a shootout with the police.
Media's been ordered to leave. That means they're coming to kill us, and they don't want them to see that. They're going to murder all of us, and the medias are cowards. Stay and show the truth! Show the truth! Media's been waiting for a bloodbath this whole time we've been here. Now there's going to be one and they're running. They're told to run because the feds don't want to know who's murdering us. American people better wake up, get here, and fight for your country. Right now, it is on. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the militia comes after you, FBI? All you military that's been fighting for your country overseas, you can fight for your country right here in America. Get here. Get some. This is history in the making. There are no laws in this United States now. This is a free-for-all Armageddon. Any legal or military or law enforcement or feds that stand up and fuck their oath, don't abide by their oath, are the enemy. If they stop you from getting here, kill them!
Okay, so just right off the bat, all of you who keep tweeting us and have been since the beginning that they haven't threatened anyone, even though they have almost every day in the interim, he just said to kill them if they try to stop you.
If any authorities try to stop you, kill them.
Kill them. So
could you imagine?
Be clear.
No, I'm done. Drop it. Could you imagine if armed black people looked at a camera and said, if the cops stop you at all, kill them? We're gonna have a conversation with these guys? They're free to come and go for 3 weeks. These guys, there was no perimeter. The FBI says, oh, don't worry, we just set up a perimeter. Goddamn right I'm worried. Why didn't you set up a perimeter the first time that they captured a federal building armed, talking about how they're going to murder people who come and try to take it from them? That is theft of federal property. By the way, it is a sentence punishable for up to 10 years if you take any federal property above $1,000 without permission. That is exactly what happened here. They took fairly large federal property. And here these guys on camera say, we're going to murder the cops, right? If they come to get us, you stole shit, you criminal, you thug, you went and stole it with weapons, and now you say if you come and take it back, oh, I'm going to kill you, right? And then more people should come and be traitors to America while pretending to be patriots. Look at the white privilege here. And it's, by the way, not just white, it's right-wing privilege. Because if white left-wingers had taken over, environmental groups had taken over and said, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, whatever it was, it doesn't matter if it's a Latino black group or it's just white, Greenpeace or animal rights guys. Nobody gets to come and go and threaten cops and talking about killing them. Look, here's what happened. So first of all, as John read to you, he said, Clive Bundy, about the guy who got killed, he sacrificed for a good purpose. Yeah, thank you for being exactly like the Muslim radicals. Oh, he was a good martyr, sacrificed for a good purpose, right? So now, the guy who was killed, Finicum, according to two guys in the car, got out of the car, would not listen to the cops, rushed at the cops, and the cops had to shoot him, okay? There's an 18-year-old who's melodramatic who got to go into the camp who now says, oh, no, he had his arms up and was surrendering. Her compatriots who were in the car with her, the other militia members, are like, that's not true. He charges the cops, okay? So now, that Finicum guy says, before he obviously got shot a couple of days ago, he said, we used to walk up to the feds and talk to the agents in a friendly manner, unarmed and stuff. After you took over the federal building armed, can you imagine Black Panthers take over a building? Or Muslims take over a building? And they just walk up to the FBI and have a friendly conversation with them, and they don't get arrested. This is white privilege. You can steal stuff. You can steal federal stuff, and they don't even arrest you for 3 weeks. And then he says, now they're no longer willing to engage in friendly dialogue. I mean, you don't even know your privilege. The tenor has changed. The guy says, why are you ramping it up now? Why the rattling of the sabers? You ramped it up when you took the building with arms. He says, and we're saying, why be so unfriendly? Why are you so threatening? Why be so unfriendly? Because you were threatening when you grabbed your assault weapons and took over the federal building and said, we will murder anyone who comes inside that is federal authorities or local authorities. That is the threatening part. But if you're white and right wing, you own, because the idea is I own the place. Even if it's not mine, I'll just steal it, and now I own it, because that's the history of this country. And then you get mad because they're following the law. That's what that fat bastard. No, you aren't following the law. I've got more. So why is that 18-year-old in the car the one making up the stories? According to other militia members, she's making up stories. Victoria Sharp. Yeah. Last week, her mother and 6 siblings came to sing for the militants. What the fuck are we doing? The FBI, local authorities, let people go in and out of the house. They let kids walk into the house to sing for them. Could you imagine Muslim radicals take over a federal building with weapons? They're like, oh, no, but to be fair, kids came in to sing for them, and we let them. Yeah. Are you fucking... No, you don't believe that. Even if you're the dumbest right-winger in the country, you don't believe that. You know that we would surround the building, we wouldn't let anybody in, we wouldn't let anybody out. But if you're white and right-wing, you get to do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, you've been stealing shit this whole history of the country, so you feel like, well, I'm entitled to steal other people's stuff, and I'm entitled to get away with it. I'm entitled to have my family join me. Okay. Sharp, the 18-year-old, not arrested. You're in a shootout with cops. Okay, she's 18 years old. But you're telling me, the black girls at that pool in Texas, you remember? We got thrown around. Right, they were teenagers. They were under 18. They're at a pool party. They get thrown around like this. You're a fucking black girl, so we throw you around like this. You're a white girl in a shootout with cops, and you walk away. White privilege, you don't get it, because you feel like I own this country. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can tell cops I'm going to murder them. I can have one of my buddies get in a shootout with the cops, and I walk the fuck away. Do you know how quickly she would have been put down, let alone arrested, if she was black, Latino, Muslim, or any other minority? Okay, put her aside. 2 of Eamon Bundy's bodyguards who were in the car were seized by the authorities, as they seized everybody, questioned, and then they let him go. Could you imagine? Oh, I've got a Muslim radical leader here who took a federal building with weapons, and his bodyguards with weapons in a shootout with cops. They go, oh, well, you were just bodyguards. just Muslim jihadi bodyguards, you're free to go, right? They were free to go. They're out right now. This is the definition of white privilege. And by the way, again, right wing. No way if it's a Greenpeace people or other people that they let them go.
It's a birthday.
No way.
Pepper sprayed from an inch away. We understand that.
Oh, I mean, you're a protester on a college campus and you're left wing. You're protesting war. They're gonna put you down. They're gonna pepper spray you. They're gonna mace you. They might shoot you, but they're not gonna let you walk away if you're armed. You know what? By the way, everyone involved in those cars, if they're not white right wingers, you know what happens to them? Life sentence. You know why? I've covered this a million times on the show, and look it up. It's called felony murder. They're in the commission of a criminal act, a felony. Someone gets shot and dies, and yes, it can be a person involved in committing the felony. This is the most classic case, an armed bank robbery. A guy goes in, his buddy gets shot by the cops, he gets a life sentence because someone died in the commission of that criminal act. Someone died. Finicum died. All the people in the cars, felony murder, life sentence. But that's only if they're black, Latino, or any other minority. But if you're white and you're a right winger, they let you walk out of the fucking building. This is insane, man. There's two different laws in the country, and we walk around and pretend it is. And why am I so angry today? Because in my infinite foolishness and naivete, I didn't realize it was this bad. After all of this, I thought, no, they must have a perimeter around the place. They must arrest the bodyguards. Of course you arrest the bodyguards and put them in jail. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. If you're white and right-wing in this country, you can do almost anything and get away with it. You know, Cliven Bundy, the dad who's talking about martyrs now, he still owes the government $1 million. It's like, I'm not paying it, and if you come to collect it, like we did last time, we'll shoot you in the head. Can you imagine a black man owes $10 rather than $1 million to the federal authorities or state authorities, and he says, no, you can't collect the $10 I owe you because I'll shoot you in the head if you do. And you have any idea how quickly he'd be put down?
They would wait a month or so.
Tamir Rice was a 12-year-old. He was a 12-year-old, for Christ's sake. He had a toy gun. These guys have real guns. And Tamir Rice didn't say, I'll kill you. They never gave him a chance to speak. He was shot dead in 2 seconds. These guys have been saying for 3 weeks. He gets 2 seconds. They get 3 weeks of saying, we're going to murder you, we're going to murder you, we're going to murder you. And they still get away with it. So finally, after 3 weeks, they bothered to arrest them. Fucking white privilege. That's what this is.
I don't know anything about the felony murder thing, but in terms of the white privilege, I think it's a combination of two things. It is one, that we, for whatever reason, we believe this stupid mythology that these people they're Washington, they're Jefferson, they're the descendants of those that we have today. They're the real patriots. They're the ones fighting for American freedom. So we're supposed to look up to them. And a lot of them, former veterans in a lot of cases, we're supposed to respect that automatically. It's partly that. But it's partly that, like in a lot of Muslim countries, we understand this is the crazy fucking group of people. And we don't know what they're going to do. And so we're supposed to tread lightly around them, because if there is going to be a massive shootout with the authorities, it's people like this that are going to do it. And every 10 years or so, they force the federal government to kill a bunch of them. And that's the craziest thing about letting the kids in. Fine, you want to let them come and go or whatever, but you're going to let kids and women who have since left now, apparently, go into a group of people that are saying, we expect a bloodbath here. And you just let kids go in and hang around with them. And they have to tread so fucking... I don't think they do, but they feel they have to tread carefully, both because a lot of them sympathize with these crazy people, and they know that if they do something, if they step the wrong way, these are the sort of people that are going to start trying to kill the authorities, or shooting their own people. Like, these are the crazy armed people in our country in the same way that Muslim extremists are in their country.
All right, I'm going to go further on the Bundy Ranch, okay, or the Oregon guys. So, and now white people...
Bear in mind, they're still there. There's still a bunch of them there.
Yeah, okay. Some of the families have now left, but there's still some nut jobs that are holed up there. Okay, now bear in mind, white right-wingers now are going to lose their minds, okay, when I say it. But in this country, what have white right-wingers done forever? Go take other people's property, right? And they do it with arms. So if you're a Native American, well, and you're in our way, we're going to murder you, and we're going to take your stuff. Okay, we're going to take your land, and we're going to call that manifest destiny. Okay. Now, it wound up forming this country. I love this country, And so I understand that it's a mixed bag, and it goes back into history, and it's harder to judge in a historical context. But if you're talking about the people who are violent in this country, if you're talking about the thugs and the savages of this country, it is white right-wingers who then enslaved African Americans and made them work for free for them. I'm not going to pay you. I'm going to enslave you. I'm going to rape you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to lynch you, and I'm going to make you work for me. You know who does that? A savage. A fucking thug does that. And the South was littered with them. The entire South didn't treat African Americans as human beings. They enslaved them.
Until sometime in the 2020s, we're hoping.
Yeah, okay. Now, you go down the list of every single transgression on a macro scale, and what do you have? You have white right-wingers, and they take other people's stuff, and including their human beings, including their kids, including their wives. They take them, they use them as they wish. And then if you say, hey, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't do that. And during the Civil War, they thought the South genuinely believed that you were taking their freedom away to own other human beings. They're like, well, that's my freedom. I'm white. I get to do anything I want. That's the history of this country. That's not necessarily the today of this country. There's not lynchings. There's not slavery. We understand that, right? But if you don't think that's the history of this country, well, you're stupid. You're an ignorant person. That's exactly the history of this country. Christopher Columbus came in, raped all of the natives, and then murdered them. Okay, first in Hispaniola, then in the Americas, the conquistadors did that, and Columbus and his men did that, and then we did it to Native Americans on a macro scale. Then we did it to African Americans, and then we did it over and over and over again. And now the vestiges of that. It is not the same thing, but the vestiges of that is these Bundy guys who get to go around saying, "I don't get it, man. Why are these authorities bothering us when the history of my culture is I take your shit and I make it my own and I do it with weapons, and if you don't like it, I murder you. That's my history. That's my culture. Then you tell me there's something wrong with black culture? That's what Fox News tells me every day. There's something wrong with black culture. You know, I'm here to tell you something outrageous because it's outrageous because it's so fundamentally true. In this country, there's been a history of something deeply wrong with white culture. White right-wing culture that says, everything is mine. I don't care if it's your baby. I don't care if it's your wife. I don't care if it's human beings. I don't care if it's your land. It's mine. I steal it. I take it. And if you complain, I murder you. That is the culture in this country. You can't argue with it because it's a fucking fact, okay? So don't come to me and talk to me about black culture. Now, are white people that live in this country right now guilty of that? Of course not. You weren't around during slavery. You weren't around during Columbus's time. I'm not charging you with it. But I'm asking you to be cognizant of that history and that culture so that when assholes like the one Bundy guys go and take stuff that isn't theirs and then get surprised, 3 weeks later the cops decided to maybe arrest us. Yeah. Well, that's the culture and the vestiges of that culture. So let us defeat that. But more important than taking white privilege away is, can we get decency and respect for every American so that a black person who's unarmed doesn't get shot immediately because your assumption is if a guy like Bundy does it, well then he had every right to do it. But if a kid like Tamir Rice does it, well then I was scared. I mean, it's a black guy or it's a black kid. I had every right to be scared because those savages. Don't fucking talk to me about that. If you want to talk about a culture that has been deeply violent in this country, we know which one it is, and it ain't the black culture.
Yeah, we know if one of the kids in the camp picked up a gun, he would not be shot in 2 seconds. And I agree. The people living today didn't take part personally in the historical things that you were talking about there, but you should probably be on the lookout for people who glorify those times and who glorify those people, who say that, no, their flag should be my flag. We're patriots in the same way they were. We're going to use the flag and talk about don't tread on me and have the tree of liberty needs to be watered by the blood of innocent cops who are just trying to take back wildlife refuges. And there are people who worship that time and wish that we had never left it. They don't realize that we have left it. And there's nothing wrong with worrying about those people and looking into those people. But when you'd like to, we could get on to, outside of just this particular militia, others have been watching in the wings, and they see this happen. This one person died because he personally chose to die by rushing the cops, according to people on his side of things who say that's what happened, and now they're calling for a larger conflict with the federal government.
And be careful.
They desperately want this conflict.
I've said all along in this conflict, let us resolve this as always with nonviolence. But I was under the misimpression that they were actually, in the old terms, smoking them out, right? I was under the misimpression that they were waiting them out. But they weren't doing anything. They were just letting them steal the property.
It's just tear gas the whole fucking place.
Okay, no, I don't even want to go there. I don't want any confrontation. I don't want anybody killed.
No, I don't want them killed. I want them driven out of the area and arrested.
But this whole attitude of I get to steal your stuff and you don't get to say anything about it because I have weapons. I don't care if it's a white person, black person, it doesn't matter who it is, okay? That attitude's got to stop right now. Yeah. We can't have people saying, I'm going to take your stuff, but if I have enough weapons, you can't stop me. No, I got news for you. We can stop you. And if you are going to go that route, I assure you, we have more weapons. The federal government has more weapons than you can shake a stick at. This is your wet dream. You're in the fucking woods fighting against the government. Good luck to you, brother, because you're going to fucking need it.
Well, and by the way, what just fucking happened last night? These guys who say they've been prepping for this for years, they've been there 3 weeks holed up, they get into a conflict with some of the authorities, they get fucking taken down instantaneously.
Yeah.
So that should put the reality to the fantasy that all of you are living with. And I'm not saying anything about how I don't love the unstoppable federal authority. I don't love their propensity to use force. I think that they were really fucking patient in this case. But when you actually go up against them, it wasn't fucking Abrams tanks that went in there. It wasn't fucking Blackhawks that took you down. It was a couple of fucking cops that took you down, as we knew would. Because for all that you love to say that you guys are going to be, you're going to be the fucking rebels that are going to be in the woods saving American liberty when the feds finally come in, when it actually happens, you can't fucking defend yourselves. And it's no shame, it's, as you love to say, the most powerful military in the history of the world.
Okay. All right, let's do one last thing here with these ranchers, and then we have got to cool down. Okay, I have to cool down. Okay, and then we'll go on to...
Yeah, I'm actually helping.
Yeah. So break down, John, if you can, the Finicum story, because there are two sides to that story.
The Finicum, the dispute over?
Yeah.
Okay. So last night, Lavoy Finicum, the one militia member who's actually killed by the police. Now, there's immediately disagreement about exactly how it happened. We know the general story is that a traffic stop was put on the road. 2 cars filled with members of the militia were on the road. One of them, including Amon Bundy and several others, stopped at that traffic stop. The other, apparently being driven, a diesel truck being driven by Lavoy Finicum, goes around the first vehicle and continues down the road. It encounters another traffic stop further on. He apparently goes off the road, hits a snowbank, jumps out of the car as the wheels continue to spin, and then something happens that results in his death. Now, if we could jump to graphic 6, you're going to see this is put out by a state rep, I believe, Michelle Fiore, who says, "My heart and prayers go out to Lavoy Finicum's family. He was just murdered with his hands up in Burns, Oregon. Ryan Bundy has been shot in the arm." And this we choose simply to represent that early on, people like Michelle Fiore, members of the militia, are saying that either he'd have his hands up or that he was on the ground and the cops just executed him. Now, that is not an impossibility. We know from covering the news in America over the past few years, that sort of thing does actually happen. Generally not with white members of militias, but it can actually happen. And so we're not simply going to guess what actually happened. Why don't we turn to some of the people who are actually witnesses on the scene? So if we could jump to video 5, I want to show Victoria Sharp. She was the 18-year-old girl in the car with Lavoy Finicum because she echoes some of the early accounts of what actually happened in video 5.
Ryan decided to get out of the car and try to go talk to them. And so he gets out of the car, and then the guy tried to talk to them. The driver was like, "I'm just gonna drive, but I'm just going to talk to the sheriff." And he's like, "So either shoot me now or leave us alone." And they were just like, "Turn the car off and put your hands up on the car." So finally, he decided to just drive. So we all got down on the floorboard, and he took off, and then they started firing at us. They started shooting us a bunch of times, and then they had a roadblock set up, and so he ran into a snowbank, and they were riddling the car with bullets. And then when we crashed, they stopped for a second. He got out of the car, and he had his hands in the air. He's like, "And Russ," he's like, "just shoot me then. This is what you want to shoot me. And they did. They shot him dead. They shot him like right there because he was just walking with his hands in the air. And I saw it. I swear to God. He was just walking with his hands in the air. And they shot him. And they shot him dead. And then after he was down on the ground, shot him 3 more times. And then they bombarded our vehicle with bullets flying. I hit the shoulder.
So she swears to God that that's what happened. This 18-year-old girl who decided to join a militia who was breaking the law and decided to sing for them. Unfortunately, her story doesn't match up with other members of the militia who were also there. So let's go to Mark McConnell, who's going to describe the same act. This is going to be video 4, by the way.
Lavoy Finnegan's truck had Lavoy, Ryan Payne, Ryan Bundy, Shauna Cox, and 18-year-old girl that I won't disclose her name. They whipped out, pulled us over, pulled me out of the Jeep first, being a driver, being as tall as I am and such, being armed. Yeah, they were a little rougher with me, but I would be too. Then they pulled Hammond out, they pulled Boot out, and then after they had us secured, they radioed ahead that vehicle 1 was secure, go ahead and proceed with vehicle 2. At that time, we seen somebody come out of vehicle 2, didn't know who it was on the passenger side, and they're about 200 yards up. They went to the ground, they were handcuffed. Next thing we know, Lavoy takes off with his pickup and the other occupants. HRT, of course, pursues. They got further down the road, we realized there's actually a roadblock about a mile down. Now, anytime somebody takes off with a vehicle away from law enforcement after they've exercised a stop, it's typically, considered an act of aggression and foolish. Then when he exited the vehicle, the rear wheels of the vehicle were still spinning, which diesel truck, manual transmission, makes sense, it's possible, until it stalls. And he charged after law enforcement. Numerous, her story's changed a few times. She's added pieces, subtracted pieces. I don't know. I really don't know. What I do know to be true is from what Payne said, from what Shauna said, taking, pieces here, pieces there, and from what I witnessed. I didn't see the shooting. He was not on his knees. He was not none of that. He was none of that nonsense. That was a miscommunication on somebody else's part. But he went after him. He charged him. Lavoy was very passionate about what he was doing up here.
That's not a Fed. That's not a reporter. That's not someone who's biased against the guy who got killed. That's one of his comrades in the militia. That's one of the fucking militia members saying that no, you can't trust what the 18-year-old singer said happened.
Yeah. So now, ironically here, we have guys who would be shocked if they weren't militantly against Michael Brown and Ferguson, using the defense that he had his hands up and said, "Don't shoot."
Yeah. Other than that guy, some of the others, yes.
Okay. The 18. Okay. Now, in the Michael Brown case, I broke down the investigation of that, where the bullets entered his body, what the witnesses said, and one of the things I focused on to show that he did not have his hands up and surrender, Michael Brown, when he was facing the cop. Okay. Was that there were a lot of witnesses there who had no reason to side with the cops and who had complained about police. He was saying he did not have his hands up and surrender. Michael Brown did not. Now, the common misconception there is that Michael Brown never had his hands up. That's not true. According to witnesses, some witnesses at the scene, and the bullets that entered his body, he put his hands up when the cop fired at him from behind to look at his hands when he had gotten shot in the arm. Okay, so that's what happened to Michael Brown. But I trusted the guys that he was not surrendering because they had no reason to lie about it. They weren't on the cop side. They weren't against Michael Brown. There were witnesses who said, no, he wasn't surrendering. Now, in this case, if we just had the girl's testimony, you might say, well, she was there. There's some credibility in that, right? Okay. And have I seen cops shoot guys when they were already on the ground? Oh, yeah. I've seen that a lot, right? But in this case, you have other militia members saying, that just didn't happen that way. Yeah. And they have no reason to lie about that. They have the reason to go in the other direction, right? And here they are, they're saying, no, he wasn't surrendering, he was charging at the cops, and this guy basically said they had every right to put him down.
Yeah, and we cover a lot of he was charging at the cops stories. That's what they always say because that allows them to get away with murder in a lot of cases. And so, look, there's already a million comments on this video, and I'm going to get tweets for the next 3 weeks saying, no, he's a martyr for the cause, because it's from people who support the militia's insane philosophy and want him to have been murdered by the feds. But there is such a thing as committing suicide by cops, people who want to be killed by the cops. When you take a random 18-year-old teenager who is unarmed and supposedly charge the cops, and there was nothing in their life that indicated that they wanted to die, it doesn't make sense to say, absent any other evidence, that they were charging the cops, like they thought they were going to take down the cops. But when you have Lavoy Finicum, who said twice right before being shot, just shoot me or let me go, just shoot me, and we have video...
That's according to the friendly witness.
So the friendly witness.
The 18-year-old who's outraged.
Yes.
In a best-case scenario, he said, just shoot me, just shoot me.
Yeah.
In the more plausible scenario, he didn't say anything. He just charged the cops, and they thought he was... And he's heavily armed.
Yeah. And we have video going back weeks. This was the TARP guy. This is the guy who said, I'm not going to be put in a concrete box. I'd rather be dead. I'll fight for my freedom. And his friend McConnell saying he was very passionate about what he believed. Look, I find it hard to believe that anyone wants to commit suicide by running at the cops. But if there is any person who has the evidence to show that they were prone to do that, it is Lavoy Finicum. It's a tragedy. I'm not glorifying in his death. I'm not happy he died. I don't want anyone to die. But this is a guy who certainly seemed like he didn't hate the idea of not making it through this situation. And according to people on his side, that's exactly what happened.
One last time on Tamir Rice. Right-wingers tell me that Tamir Rice, who's a 12-year-old with a toy gun, had it coming. The cops didn't even give him an opportunity to put it down. They didn't ask him what it was. They shot him immediately in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But he still had it coming for looking a little older, for taking the orange cap off of the toy gun, all these things. Now, if you're that same guy, you're going to tell me Lavoy Finicum, charging at officers, heavily armed, after he'd done a video saying how he would kill them, did not have it coming. That, oh my God, he's the martyr, but a 12-year-old kid who took the orange cap off the end of his toy pistol was shot in 2 seconds flat without charging anyone.
Yeah.
That was justified, but this was not justified.
Yeah.
The only way you could possibly believe that is if you decided, well, I don't care about facts, and these guys are bothering me with reason and logic. I just want my side to be right.
Yeah.
So, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm the victim. And then finally, that's the great irony here. The guys who complain about liberals or African Americans wanting to be victims, oh, they've got the biggest victim complex in the world. Oh my God, after we stole the federal property, and we did it with arms and we threatened to murder everybody who comes in.
And we're still threatening to murder everybody who comes in.
And they're actually arresting us? Oh, we're the victims! We're the victims! I got news for you. It doesn't matter what your race is. If you did what Lavoy Finicum did, you shot a video saying, I will murder cops who come to take my weapon away from me, and then you start charging at cops with your weapon, you're going to get put down. And that is the one time that, boy, how could you not justify that shooting? If you were a cop in that situation, and you got a guy who's avowedly told you he'd like to kill you, charging at you with a weapon, what would you do? Okay. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we'll do politics. I'm not as outraged by that. I am almost equally amazed, though. So we'll explain that when we come. All right, there are two things left that must be said about this militia situation, real quick. One is, where were they going? These two cars full of militia guys. Why weren't they back at the refuge that they had taken over? They were going to plot an overthrow of the next county's government, and they were going to do an armed takeover of that county. This is literally the most treasonous act you can do, overthrowing the government that is established in that state.
Yeah.
They think they're for America.
Yeah. Well, as long as that county didn't have 2 or 3 cops who could stop all of them.
And on their way to an armed takeover of the county, they're outraged that they were arrested. White privilege is stunning. Stunning. Yeah. Right, okay. Now, second point is made by Bart here. I neglected to mention this because it is wonderfully ironic. And Bart points out, he's in the studio, Bart Kyle. The Malheur Indian Reservation was created in 1872 to set aside a small part of their former territory exclusively for Native Americans. The reservation was established by executive order of President Grant. The Malheur Wildlife Refuge used to be a part of that reservation, and the Constitution honors treaties. And Bart, as I thought, the militia loved the Constitution. So I was going on that rant about how we took Native American land.
Yeah.
These guys literally took Native American land.
Yeah.
I mean, to make that whole argument about the vestiges of history, I mean, it couldn't be more exact.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about on the break really fast. I mean, this isn't the only example of it. There's lots of books that actually go into the real history of the United States, but I'm currently still working on a People's History of the United States. Everybody, including every militia member, needs to read about how America reached California, how it reached the Pacific coast. Because the things that we did, I mean, you were talking about some of it there, and some people can be like, oh, you're just why are you trying to make America sound bad? Like, America can now be whatever it wants, but its history is fucking dark in a way that few countries actually are. And if you want to understand America, if you consider yourself a true American, you should be forced to learn about that.
Well, John, there's nothing that outrages people as much as the truth.
Yeah.
So there's a group of people in this country that will be livid with me after that rant. Because I dared to say what is patently and obviously true about the history of this country and what white people did. And they're going to say, how can you possibly say that? You're only allowed to insult black culture and Latino culture and other cultures and Muslim culture and this culture and that culture. You're not allowed to insult my culture, and especially if it's true. Yeah. Right? So they don't want to see no evil. They don't want to hear no evil. So that's the situation. All right, last two tweets here. Joe Anderson, along the similar line, says, slaves were property, and they didn't want, quote, big government taking their property away from them, the South, right? So that was their idea of, you know what's big government? When you enslave someone and make them work for you for free.
And you control every aspect of their life.
And you murder and rape them.
Yes.
That's kind of big government. But they're like, no, the big government is when you take that away from them.
Yeah.
Okay. And finally, on a lighter note, Chris Bradshaw says, I know we've had some, but we haven't had nearly enough from the soundboard as this story deserves. Okay. Chris, good point. I added one there for you. Okay. All right. Let's move forward.
Okay. Let's turn to the other big story of the day, which very much interests me, but I wish was not actually news. I wish we lived in a country where this would not actually be news, because I hate the man involved in it. If you believe his campaign, Donald Trump is not going to be appearing at Fox's Fox News, I should say, their Thursday Republican primary debate. Despite how much publicity he's gotten out of it, and how he's, of course, been a ratings driver, he's not going to go because Megyn Kelly has been unfair to him in the past by reading him the tweets that he himself wrote. That's just going way too far. He's not going to stand for it, and so he's boycotting because Fox refused to get rid of Megyn Kelly. Although there's still time, they might capitulate. And so, of course, after that announcement, both sides, the Trump campaign and Fox News, are trying to get maximum political gain out of this. He has tweeted that he's not going to call Megyn Kelly a bimbo because that would be un-PC, but she's a bad journalist. Taking the high road there, Donald Trump. Fox News put out this statement. Donald Trump is refusing to debate 7 of his fellow presidential candidates on stage that night, which is near unprecedented, which I think we can both agree. We're not sure how Iowans are going to feel about him walking away from them at the last minute, but it should be clear to the American public by now that this is rooted in one thing. Megyn Kelly, whom he has viciously attacked since August and has now spent 4 days demanding be removed from the debate stage. Capitulating to politicians' ultimatums about a debate moderator violates all journalistic standards, as do threats. This is the last journalistic standard they refuse to violate at Fox News. In a call on Saturday with a Fox News executive, Trump's campaign manager stated that Megyn had had a rough couple of days after the last debate, and he would hate to have her go through that again. Lewandowski, that's the campaign manager, was warned not to level any more threats, but he continued to do so. We can't give in to terrorizations towards any of our employees. Trump is still welcome at Thursday night's debate, and will be treated fairly, just as he has been during his 132 appearances on Fox News and Fox Business, but he can't dictate the moderators or the questions. By the way, make that 133 as of tonight when he's interviewed by O'Reilly, despite that he says, I don't need to make them rich. Oh, can I go on one of your other shows? And they admit they have put him on so fucking much.
Okay. So,
supposedly he's not showing up.
First of all, the biggest downside of this story is that Fox News now gets to be show themselves as journalists.
And Megyn Kelly.
Right. They're not journalists. All they do is right-wing and Republican propaganda. So, but now Trump has been so, ridiculous against them. They get to pretend they have journalistic standards.
Yeah.
And in this case, they're right, he's wrong, right? And so, of course, Megyn Kelly can ask any question she likes to Donald Trump, and the questions she asked were enormously unoffensive. Okay, so she asked about his quote, and she didn't say, hey, does that make you a misogynist? Does that mean that you're part of the war on women? She said, is that going to hurt your campaign if it is perceived as such?
The way that he pitched the Ted Cruz eligibility argument. Are they going to attack you on this?
So, now it's painted as if Fox News is fighting for journalism. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Now on to the main event, which is this move by Donald Trump. It is maybe the boldest move I've ever seen, in a presidential race.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know the argument you're going to make, and it is a good one, okay? So on the one side, you can say, well, man, that shows he's really strong. He's willing to not show up to a debate a couple of days before the most important vote, the Iowa caucus, because New Hampshire is definitely going to win. Iowa, it is not clear that he's going to win, right?
I saw a poll that he was within 2 points of Ted Cruz.
Right.
Earlier today.
So, for him to walk away from that is strength that I haven't seen, right? But the counter-argument that I expect John to make is, no, that's not strong at all. He's running away from Megyn Kelly, and he can't even, face the most reasonable question there is, and he's a coward.
Yeah, I think it's complicated. Look, it's a little bit different, I guess, to not go to a debate that's going to happen than it is to get debates to not happen. But there's some similarity, and I don't consider Hillary Clinton strong because she got her buddies to not set up more debates. I mean, it would be strong to go to the debate. That's what I think strength is. And a lot of people are saying that this was a master stroke by Trump because he's going to be in the news, which is objectively true since we are talking about him right now. But if that's what he wanted, if he just wanted to get in the news again and not go to the debate, he could have made it about almost anything else. He could have just said, you know what, screw Fox News. They represent the political establishment, something PC culture, something Muslims. Just say that. Instead, he made it about Megyn Kelly. And aside from some of his supporters who think, oh, well, she's a woman, I hate women, so I hate her, and that's why she's getting all these tweets calling her the C word and shit today. Everybody else looking at this knows he's scared of her standing up to him. And not even in a particularly strong way. She just read some of his tweets, but that now represents a gigantic dragon of an opponent to him. And so he looks like such a little pathetic wussy. And it lets Ted Cruz sell hats that say, make Trump debate again. And a million jokes. I mean, I've been having so much fun tweeting about this for the past day since it happened. It makes him look like a laughingstock that he can't stand up to Megyn Kelly. I mean, Fox, a spokesperson for Fox put out this statement, which I've never seen, I don't think, a channel actually put out about a candidate. We learned from a secret back channel that the Ayatollah and Putin both intend to treat Donald Trump unfairly when they meet with him if he becomes president. A nefarious source tells us that Trump has his own secret plan to replace the cabinet with his Twitter followers to see if he should even go to those meetings.
Now, let me explain the chronology of that. They put that statement out before Trump canceled. He's complaining.
Well, he's been talking about it for days, and he hasn't actually canceled anything. He could 100% still show up. I think there's a very good chance that he still will. He's consistently, throughout his books about business dealings, and in his recent comments about Iran, he always talks about how you can't just threaten to leave the room, you have to leave the room. Let them stew for a little while, and then they'll call you back. That's all he's doing. He hasn't skipped the debate until the debate's over. Until then, he can still show up, and we know this is a motherfucker who loves being on TV. And so my money is still on him showing up. I am willing to be proven wrong because I have almost no shame at this point. But I think that there's still a very good chance that he shows up at that debate.
Well, there could be a fun WWE moment when, oh no, here comes Donald Trump out of the hallway with a 2x4.
Stick a chair to him.
Okay. So, but the reason I was telling you about the chronology is because, so they're in a war back and forth.
Yes.
Fox News puts out a statement saying, hey, are you going to be scared of the Ayatollah and Putin? After that, Trump goes, that's it, I'm not coming. Okay? Now, some have said, well, Fox crossed the line first, so Trump did the right thing. I think that's crazy talk. No. Well, they're both enormous line crossers. Let's just be honest about that, right? But in this case, Trump started the war, Trump continued the war, he is the aggressor in this case, and look, yes, he might still show up. That is a very Trump.
He's threatened to boycott multiple other debates.
Yeah, and he changes his mind willy-nilly, mainly based on whatever's going to get more attention at that moment, right? So right now it's getting a lot of attention to say he's not showing up, and right before it might get more attention to show up, right?
And a surprise, all of a sudden he shows up, we didn't think he was going to.
Right. So, look, it's not like he's a rocket scientist, but he does have one thing down, which is the art of, not the deal, the art of getting attention in that moment, right? There's no one better at it than Donald Trump. So, this could go one of two ways. Maybe, and this has never happened, everybody thinks it's going to happen, and it still hasn't happened, he might have trumped the shark. So, he comes in, and he might have, in his arrogance, he was just saying the other day, I could shoot somebody dead on Fifth Avenue, and my supporters still wouldn't care. So in that, intoxication of confidence, he might have gone too far, and people will look at it like John does. Well, that's a real wuss move to be so scared of her, in their way of thinking, a girl that you had to,
mere woman,
right? That you had to run away, and now, you won't even show up to debate the guys. And it might cost them. It might be the final thing the thing that actually goes. Or it can go completely the other way, and I don't know which way it's going to go. In the beginning, I thought it was crazy. It's his election to win. I wouldn't have taken a risk like this, and I'm a huge risk taker, right? But then I heard he said, oh, well, maybe I'll go on another network at that time, and I'll put on something for veterans and the wounded warriors and raise money for them. And then he said, maybe I'll debate Cruz one-on-one.
He brings up the Wounded Warriors every time he
I know, but it can work. Yeah. If he draws even half the audience to himself, by himself, while helping veterans, God damn, that might work again. And I'll tell you this, if Cruz agreed to it, and he did a one-on-one with Cruz, he would draw 80% of the audience. And
which would be a win for Cruz as well.
Whichever way this gambit works out, and right now I am unclear as to how it's going to work out. But if he wins this gambit, it's over. Trump's the nominee. Okay? And I'll tell you why. It's not because he defeated the other contestants. Like, we've turned this into a reality show for, for good. Right? The other guys that are running for president, no. It'll be because he defeated Fox News. And if you can defeat Fox News on the right, there ain't nothing that can stop you. So this, I think, will be determinative. However Thursday night goes, if Trump comes out ahead on it, it's over. It's over. Trump's the nominee. That's fine. Okay. So, by the way, we are covering it live on Thursday. Okay. TYTnetwork.com/live. Okay. TYTnetwork.com/live. That's at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to start pregame, and boy, do we need a pregame on this one. Because we're going to see what Trump's going to do half an hour before the debate shows up. We'll do a play-by-play during the debate, and at the end, we'll do a post-game, tell you who won, who lost. Yeah. And obviously, just like he wants, Trump looms large over the event. Whether he's there, or even if he isn't there.
Yeah. Any other network that he comes to, you've never lived up to our standards before. Don't give him the mic. They will. Of course they will. But don't.
They will gleefully give him the mic.
And there are a couple of small, silver linings if he doesn't actually go. One, The other candidates, who are all wussies in the same way that he's a wussy, including Ted Cruz, who gets to look a little bit tough because he gets to say, I'm willing to debate him, he doesn't want to debate me. That allows him to look tough. They never feel comfortable attacking Donald Trump when he's there because you never know when he's going to smack Jeb Bush upside the head. But if he's not there, a lot easier to attack the guy. And so they might finally grow some balls. He's not there, and Iowa's right around the corner. Ted Cruz, I think, is going to try to shred his testicles. We'll see if he actually does it. And I gave this advice to, I believe, Fox News a couple months ago when him and Ben Carson, Trump and Ben Carson, were saying that they don't want to show up at the debate. And I said, fine, don't let them go to the debate. Put an empty podium there, and every time you're going to ask a question to Trump, just say, we'd love to ask him this question, but he's really scared of Megyn Kelly here, so we're just going to give it to another candidate who has the balls to actually respond on his policies. Like, just do that, make him look like a goddamn fool.
Well, if any network would do that, it would be
Fox. Especially after that last quote we just read you.
Right. Okay, so I know we're out of time, but I do want to do the girl. I want to end on a light note. Okay, although it's not, it's also kind of depressing.
Very sad. It's the saddest news we've ever had. Okay. As we all know, nothing drives a girl crazy like getting to see in person a more than 70-year-old billionaire politician. Let's watch.
Ava, I gotta tell you something. What? Guess what we're gonna do Monday? What? We are going to see Donald Trump in person in New Hampshire. Are you serious? Yeah. Oh my God! Are you excited? Yes! You get to go see him in person. Not just on TV. Thank you, Mom. Aww. Are you excited? Yes. You want to meet him? Tell Mr. Trump you want to meet him. I love you, Trump. Say, can I meet you, Mr. Trump? Ava is excited.
Wow.
So we're going Monday. You excited? Okay.
That right there is exactly what's wrong with our society. So that is 9-year-old Ava Lovely, 9 years old. Don't hate on her, whatever you do. She's just a kid. But the parents, right?
There's nothing wrong with the little girl. She was made into that thing by her parents. The whole thing might end up having but she seems like a pretty good actress. So, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. There's no reason for any child to be that excited about a party.
You will not be able to lose yourself upon Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised.
There was, you're going to see the person not.
The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox and Wallbox without commercial interruption. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog balls confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Shaper of War Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Jr.
I wonder if he'll fire my dad.
The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nub. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the 10 or trying to slide that color TV into a solar ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on the court from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on the rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins rolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion.
He literally said, I love
Green Acres, Beverly Hills, and Louisville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised.
In America. What could she possibly want?
There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry Paul women for racism and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The thing This song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or the Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not write terms that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
Any normal presidential run. So we have taken our celebrities, we had made them demigods. And if it haunts us, well, we had it coming. This is the culture that
Good
we
evening,
created,
ladies and gentlemen.
and
Welcome to
steward.
our broadcast
It's
for
not a
January
culture. I know
27th.
we've been doing this for a
We
long time.
are
Ronald
going
Reagan
to be
was a
bringing you
celebrity.
Bernie
He was an actor.
Sanders from
And
the
they took an
Mason
actor who
City,
played the role of a
Minnesota
cowboy
rally he's
and a
holding
tough guy,
tonight.
and they made him
We
president.
are going to
So they
be
do it again with Trump.
pushing
We shouldn't
two
be
hashtags.
surprised. Back then,
First
the actors were the
hashtag
biggest.
is
Now the reality
we endorse Bernie.
stars are
The second
biggest thing on
hashtag
TV.
is
So that's
we
why you have a reaction
are
like this.
Bernie.
So,
Two
you might have the
hashtags
same
you should
reaction
be
for
familiar with
Kardashian,
from the past
for
couple of
Kanye
days.
West. I don't know,
I
maybe
want
that's
to
not really
say
pretty, but I can
I'm
find
Celeste.
someone who would
Hello.
have a similar reaction,
I
a
am
9-year-old in the country,
being
for those reactions.
all right. My
So,
usual self. I'm
if you
nervous.
break down
I'm
my her
panicking.
reaction,
I want
hear
to
you.
just like
We all are in
flee
a sense.
now.
And
So
again, it's never about her. It's about the not just the
my
parents, but
co-host
the
for
culture
this
that created
evening's
that reality.
pre-show is going to be
And
Ryan.
so
Ryan's joining us from
this
Milwaukee.
is basically the chickens coming home to roost.
Hey everybody, glad to be here with you, Celeste.
Okay.
Glad to be here with
All right,
everyone in
we're
the
way
chat.
out of time. John, great
And
job. Everyone
Denise
check
and
out
John.
Think Tank, YouTube.com.
So,
Think Tank.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
John's,
you.
great
I was
host
going
there.
to say,
And
and
Anna's going to be back
doing
now.
our
We're gonna have a wonderful
on-air
second
comment
hour.
moderation tonight is going to be Denise, and Denise is joining us from Seattle. Hi, Denise. Hello. And I'm good, thank you. And
Okay,
everyone has to be kind of, patient with Denise today. She's not feeling very well, and so we're grateful that she's here to provide us with your comments and share them with us. Pardon me. And I want to let you know that the graphics for our opening and closing was done by our volunteer staff. And Steph, if you knew what my father's last name was, I wouldn't ask you to pronounce it either, because I know we would both have a struggle with our last names. But this is the beautiful card that Steph made for us, and we are very appreciative appreciative of his talents and skills and what it's doing for our brand. I would also like to say that the opening video, in case you're wondering, was Brewster Holmes' version of Gil Scott-Heron, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised, and apparently it's not. We're going to be streaming it. We are part of this revolution, and it's a delight. We are hoping to be able to bring you, from the site of today's rally, one of our volunteers by the name of Quinn. And so when he's there at the venue and all set up, we'll try to get him in, and maybe he'll have some people around him that would be interested in coming on and telling us why they're supporting Bernie. And so we're hoping that that works out. I also want to talk right now about the MoveOn.org petition that is going around as regard to Bernie 2016 TV. And basically it's terms of service issues that we're dealing with, and that is what the petition is talking about. And we'll see if we can convince John Nishai to come up a little bit later on and toward the end of the broadcast in the afterburn and talk a little bit more about that if he's up to that. But that's what we wanted to let you know. Please go over to moveon.org, and the link will be provided in the YouTube chat, I believe.
It's free.bernie2016.tv. Free.bernie2016.tv.
There we go. I like that. I'm going to have to put that down in my little notations here. The other things I wanted to remind you of is I know everyone is cash strapped, but if you have any money that you can donate to Bernie's campaign, BernieSanders.com/donate. I'm not going to tell you to give till it hurts, because if you're anything like me, man, the pain's really bad. And so if you can, please donate. Otherwise, please participate in the process and make sure you get out and do your primaries and your caucuses, and make sure you're registered, et cetera, et cetera. There's an app called GoRally.co, and we're promoting that. There's another app called connect.berniesanders.com that you need to check into. And then we have fieldtheburn.org. And finally, for people who are either on the fence, or if they like Hillary and you're trying to persuade them that, you know, Bernie really offers them a brighter future, suggest that they check out the website ifyoulikehillary.com. And it's a side-by-side comparison of the major issues, and it's just very straightforward. So now that I've gotten through with that, I'm going to take a deep breath. I see John's got something loaded for me, so I'm going to have to click over to a tab, and I know that we're talking about endorsements. Is that correct? Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. John, if you would bring up the Post-Courier endorsement.
I will do that. You know, you got 192 people watching already. Hey, all you.
Oh, I really didn't need to know that. Thank you.
John always comes in and tells us that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Can't you just leave that stuff in the channel I'm not looking at? Okay, so I haven't had much of an opportunity to look through this. This actually just popped up this afternoon as Ryan and I were working together to put the rundown creator that we're going off of together. The endorsement that Bernie received late this afternoon is from a South Carolina State House representative by the name of Wendell Gilliard. I think I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. And that's, I believe, Politico. I can't read who's reporting. I'm sorry.
Now, this is postandcourier.com.
Post and Courier. Thank you. So that's one of the most recent endorsements, and I'm going to give y'all a warning right now. My dogs are antsy, even though I fed them, so you may hear some barking take place in a little bit. I apologize. Wendell Gilliard has endorsed Bernie, and I did not have a chance to really read through what Mr. Gilliard has to say as to why he's supporting Bernie. So if you would check it out, we'll make sure that we post the link to this in the lower portion in the archived video. And moving on, our next endorsement comes from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and the source is Loudwire. And Ryan, if you'd like to take over and kind of comment on the Red Hot Chili Peppers endorsement, what that means, I would appreciate it, because I'll show my age. Sorry.
You're going to make him look weak, the type of person.
So yeah, I think that's right. It's nice to get an endorsement from a group like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, because in today's day and age, I think these celebrity and Hollywood
in essence, he doesn't want to be part of the debate
can
because
go
he's
just
afraid
as far
of
as
a woman
anything
asking him
politically.
a tough question. That's
They
what
tend to
it's
have
about. And by the way,
a
it
lot
really sucks
more dedicated
when
following
one
than
terrible person
politicians,
makes you
sadly,
want to
and
defend
so
another terrible
any
person.
kind of pop icon that can bring a light to Bernie
Like I said,
is going to be
the worst part
a big deal, because it's going to get
Fox News
to a lot of people.
I know.
And for them to have a concert like that is
by the
pretty
way,
cool.
we are going to cover that debate with Trump.
I mean, they're obviously a big drawing band, so
it would be a doozy.
It should be a big turnout.
8:30 tomorrow night, 8:30 Eastern.
But then there's this other concert, a little close.
And yesterday, by the way, Anna was on
the next month.
Interview right now.
Okay,
and I think that it was a little.
And what were the cost of the concert
tickets?
It's kind of a
never even seen a TV
updated funk party, rock party. Wow.
It's the whole thing.
Donation
So if you want to become a
kind
member,
of concert deal. Is that right?
TYT Network.
Yeah, John's got the slide up there with the pricing on it and everything. So,
and Magnus Knobloch.
Does it say on there?
Number 2013.
Magnus is on the Bernie site. Are two different events? Because this one's got tickets starting at $500.
Speaking of which,
$500, $1,000, and $2,000.
I had, for whatever reason, never heard the name
No, that's the same one.
The Hateful Eight.
Yeah.
And then my Uber driver the next day was named
Okay,
Oswald.
right. Yeah, I believe that this is Bernie's website promoting that same event that came off of LiveWire the previous slide.
I don't know. I never had.
I'm not quite up on my game. It was a long night and last minute trying to put this together. So
a new policy of seizing property from asylum seekers should they
Red
want
Hot Chili
to
Peppers
enter
would be
their
like,
country
the
and
Who
live there.
and
Now,
some of the bands of that day. Would I be correct?
Because of the amount they plan on
I'm reading this. So here's the
some
deal.
are
What you're seeing
suggesting
up
that this
here's
isn't
what's
really
going
about
on.
what members of parliament say it's about. It's really meant to serve as a deterrent to anyone who's seeking asylum in the country. So the passing of the so-called jewelry bill allows the seizure of valuables worth more than 10,000 Danish kroner, about $1,453.
That much money. They're showing this
so items of special sentimental value, such as wedding rings, engagement rings, family portraits, decorations, and medals are exempted, and that's according to the Danish Ministry of Immigration, Integration, and Housing. However, watches, mobile phones, and computers can be confiscated. The law was passed in Parliament by 81 votes to 27 with one abstention.
Starting at $30.
So that is deeply depressing.
Okay, cool. I knew that there was going to be more opportunity for real folks to get in and enjoy that as well. Thank you for doing that, John.
Still having a debate.
And I know that Susan Sarandon, that would be the next slide.
People, more than
the next link, actually.
They have, I believe,
Susan is going to be with Bernie this evening at the rally, and earlier today, John's showing the Twitter that I grabbed. She was at one of the phone banking events, and she had not done any phone banking events prior to sitting down with these people. And so I know that I have committed to do it. I haven't done it yet. This is another way of making myself confess and hold myself accountable to y'all. I haven't done it yet, and I will do it.
And the second reason is, having taken in so many refugees, there are normally going to be
Brandon can do it, Celeste.
So you got
can do it.
I keep trying to tell myself that.
What does she have that you don't have, Celeste? Come on.
Situation, yes, or because they're
God, I can list off a whole list of things that she has that I don't have.
I don't mean bad guys like
ISIS. Right at the moment, I will say one thing that we definitely share in common is how we support Bernie, and we want to do what we can to get him in office. And if that means I have to overcome myself and
but many of them did come from
try to make those phone calls, I am going to have to just get over myself and do that. John, I see we've got Quinn popping up. Is he ready to come on, or
and they should face the consequences
shall we
for that
check out chat and see what's going on here first?
In this regard, I'm here. There's a reaction back. I'm here. I'm alive. I just think you can hear me.
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, that's good. There is a very long line. Pretty good showing. You know, I showed up here 6 on the dot at the end of the line. Getting closer to the entrance now. Better
signal there, Quinn. Can you give us a pan and show it?
But I'm proud of the ones I take in.
I can try.
It isn't about them as much as it is about you.
It's dark. I don't know if you can see. There's not good lighting, but all the way down the street light,
in the Holocaust, the Nazis seized the valuables.
It's back.
I think over here tonight. Made that up.
Everybody's listening to me right now, nodding their head. But,
hey, everybody.
Hey.
everybody here is excited. You know, it's going to be really good. You know, we're hoping to get inside. That's the main thing right now.
And look, to be honest, there are good reasons for why they're going to do this, but I think that there's also an underlying reason that some are speculating about, but I think there's a lot of credibility to it. So look, Denmark is a very
I might have a little bit more for you.
liberal state in terms of their policies. So I'll give you a quote, and I think it's all the countries in the world.
350 people,
All
is
native
that correct?
citizens and refugees from the European
I think
Union
it's right around
receive education
350. I've been in here several
and
times.
receive elderly care.
Ran for
Receive
office.
language training and integration
City,
training
I've
free of
had
charge,
aides
paid
here.
for the government. The only demand that we set to
I think
measure
it's
this
350 to
is you have
500, I
means
think.
to pay for your house,
I
pay
think
for your
the place
food,
is going to be
regardless
filled
of whether
capacity.
you are a
Without doubt.
whether you are a refugee, then you should.
Sweet.
So look, that's a point about how
exciting.
our government, our system, is going to provide a great
Almost in,
situation for
but
you. But that costs money.
I'll have a little bit more
And
for
you
you
help
here
us out.
shortly.
We
I
want you
think
to help us
my
out
hands
any
are
way we can.
freezing.
But
Okay.
I should have worn some gloves.
have in my mind
We're
that
used to
there
this
is
kind
an
of weather
element
here in
of
Iowa,
this
but
that's meant to be a deterrent. So yes,
you know, it's
there's a
great.
financial component of it,
It's
right?
great.
But there's also
It's
something
always
else
going
behind
to
it.
show up caucus.
They triple the wait
There's no
time
doubt
that
in my mind.
needs to go through
I'm
in order
getting
to
to the
apply
door. You
to
guys
have a
want to see
family
the
member
entrance
join
here?
them. So for instance, if you are an asylum seeker who's in Denmark and your daughter or your child, whatever, is still in Syria or some other war-torn country, you used to be able to apply after a year. They've now tripled that to 2 years. In some cases, 4 years. And so who wouldn't be separated from their family member for that long?
Music man.
Syria.
Iowa stubborn. They're dealing with Buddy High, volunteer for the Bernie campaign.
You can join me in
Going down.
I mean, any mom
Inside, it's a beautiful place. I think if I get inside here, I might want to show it around a little bit for you guys. But it's really fun. Maybe because magically there. I don't like that.
Well, hey Quinn, how about if we let you get in, get situated, and then we'll check back with you?
We got 2 lines over here, so you can kind of follow over this way.
Get moved over.
Okay, so let us check back, get situated.
Okay, so we're going. No problem.
I like the integration that they do. We talked about that on a previous show, where they say, hey, these in this country. Here's what it's
There you go. That's Quinn. He's on site, so we'll get some live reporting from him while we've got Bernie coming up, and so that's excellent. Okay, we switch over to Denise and see if we've got anything going on in chat.
That's a violation of the law.
I'm sure they don't have any questions for us, or if they do, go ahead and throw them out there, and we'll see if we can answer them or find out answers for them.
And when you do, then you pay your taxes, and yes, they're higher in Denmark because
you have to unmute, my dear.
And that's how you pay Denmark back. And you pay Denmark back by being a great citizen.
Sorry, guys, I'm not running on all full pistons tonight.
To the degree that you need to.
That's all right.
Denmark, and then,
and
then maybe one day
questions. They were just chatting about the venue where we are tonight, and looks like we just had all that answered.
That is what Denmark has done in the
Yeah,
past.
exactly. 350 people, to 500 is what I think I understood Quinn to say, and pretty cool being able to kind of get right up to the doors with him like that, and it's nice to see that there were so many people there.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's great. So it's Mason City, Minnesota, correct?
It's not a black and white situation.
Iowa.
Oh, it is Iowa. That's what I thought.
Into consideration. But
we're all going.
Important thing to take away from it.
Our bad.
Generalize and say, no, people are all
I'm going to put up for you guys.
Right, and I do commend all these European countries that have taken in so many of these refugees. I love that they're doing not only their part, I think they're doing more than their part. I wish the U.S.
Oh man.
Right, and
I
that's
love
why
that.
in some of those countries where
you don't see that for Hillary. You don't see that for Trump. You don't see that for anybody but Bernie Sanders.
Denmark. It's probably because
and the only way you see it is when we get pictures like this and we're able to show it to you, and you find it on Twitter and other social media.
DC has ticketed
as you can see, my big boy is here kind of pestering me. Sorry about that.
During the blizzard. Okay, so just to give you some concrete numbers and how absurd this is.
This is Gomez.
The blizzard last Friday, the
he's suffering from lack of attention right now because he's been kind of busy the past few days.
For parking tickets.
So Ryan, we're talking about the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and you schooled me on that.
Now,
tell me a little bit more now about
the district will continue to ticket
other event that's an endorsement kind of event, and that is Vampire Weekend and Killer Mike. Now, I know Killer Mike. I'm unfamiliar with Vampire Weekend. Help me out.
People were parked there later,
so
and then there was a crazy blizzard, and then they couldn't
a little
move their car.
newer band, even newer than the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So
necessary for the city to, or the district to kind of come through and clean the snow and make sure that people can get through. And if your car is parked there, it does serve as a hazard. But still, I hate parking violation tickets, and I'm
name right now. But yeah, there's going to be another band as well, and that is going to be at the rally.
Are you talking about Vampire Weekend?
Yes.
Are you kidding?
Which was
Killer Mike
by Mayor De
No.
Blasio.
Besides Killer Mike, there's a third street.
I'm sorry.
No. Yes, of course, Killer Mike's going to be there too.
Sorry, on the wrong side of the street, or whatever.
The way I've been listening to them lately, that might just be like
don't tow their cars
worth the drive to go hang out in Iowa the night before the caucus and see it.
Go by we're there.
Road trip. Yeah, it does sound like a fantastic concert to go to. I too am a new aficionado of Killer Mike, and really like his work. I have not
Look, and the answer I think is a hard
aficionado,
one. There's no way around it.
because my protest music lies back in the 60s. But yeah, this is really getting me going. I really like it. I really like it.
Of course, a lot of people don't have
People is the third band.
You have one,
Thank you,
assume
Chad,
someone else
for
does.
filling in my
See, that's where
blank.
it sucks. You gotta
So
go to
yeah,
the nearest parking lot.
Vampire Weekend, or they actually clarified it's a compilation of a couple guys from Vampire Weekend and a couple other bands, but the guy, the lead singer, was like, Bernie can call us Vampire Weekend if he wants,
ticket,
but it
a
is
$100
technically
tow charge,
a little
and then you have to pay $25 per
and then
day.
Killer Mike and Foster the People is going to be
So
the rally the night before the
leaves their car on the street. So
should be a wild time, kind of a last minute boost for all the Bernie people out there.
I don't know. I
to
wish there was an easy solution to this, because
get encouraged to go out and caucus, because all this is for nothing if the people don't go out. So
weren't really cases of injustice.
And the caucus is coming up on February 1st, if my memory serves me, for Iowa. I mean, that's just a couple of days away, and I understand right before we went on air, we got some information through the campaign that they've planned even more events. So we're going to be busy through the caucus weekend.
In Washington, in the words of
exciting.
Emanuel, they saw this crisis as an opportunity. Good, let's make more money.
I want to read this off to you really fast, because this is something that you don't hear from Hillary.
I think that's the majority.
Hillary goes to exclusive places. I doubt she even does one a day.
Here's Washington and Miami, and just park in the middle of the road.
This Bernie Sanders is insane.
In Miami, are you kidding me? It's a two-lane highway. Somebody got parked in one of the lanes of the highway.
Why does anyone want to? Okay, Miami's kind of different because the weather there isn't that bad, except for the humidity.
Right.
Why do people?
Today's Wednesday.
Mason City. Tomorrow, Roosevelt High School Forum at 10 a.m.
Doesn't it?
Then,
look at all these people shaking their heads. JR is nodding, right? Because you know the West Coast is the best.
4:30 p.m.
You don't have to deal with this shit.
Volunteer rally. And then at 7 p.m. it's the Burlington.
Not the East Coast, but Midwest to Michigan.
That's one day.
It's one day. I've had to deal with this.
I don't even know that we're going to be able to cover all that. I don't know what kind of fees we're going to have for you. We have no idea. This is why they can't even communicate with us and tell us when they're going to have it. That's how fast they are.
That is an un-American thing.
This guy is trying to reach. You don't see this from
I almost think you're going to take over federal buildings.
This is faster than the train. This will stop George that they used to do in the old days.
You didn't see snow until you were in your 20s.
Just like the building.
That's what I was going to say. What are you, my dad?
Meeting at 11 a.m. 1 p.m. in volunteer canvas luncheon.
All of us here on the West Coast for a reason. Yes,
5:30 p.m. Davenport rally with special guest Dr. Cornell West.
And I don't blame you.
7:30
You're
p.m.
smart.
youth rally
the only person
with
who
special
actually
guest Cornell West. So he's doing a double concert.
Used to live in Minnesota.
With Cornell West, two rock stars.
Irma is the only person in this office who commiserates with me because the studio is too cold.
And a morning. Yeah. He's got a breakfast, two lunches, and two rock stars.
He was like, no, screw the cold.
Ridiculous.
Stop! It's making me tired. It's making me tired.
Then we go to Saturday. Right? We just hit Friday. Saturday. 11 a.m. Manchester Volunteer. 1:15 p.m. Charles City. 2:30 Waverly Campus. 6 Rapids. 6:30 Iowa City. Sunday Waterloo. Oh, he must be with whatever. Marshalltown, Ames, Des Moines.
Pay for that. We know how much parking lots cost here.
Just insane.
I mean, if you understand
I'll come back soon, but
you're the mayor or whatever.
Nobody has ever done. That's ridiculous.
Like, okay, everyone pays their taxes.
Cover all that
for the next.
Well, you know, we did 4 broadcasts yesterday, 3 of which were Bernie. You know, we can do it again. We'll be tired. We'll be really tired.
But then again,
we'll probably be really, really bitchy by the time we get to the general election.
You're gonna get that.
What do you mean? Why bad? I'm bitchy now.
The entire city would.
Well,
yep.
Hey, you
want to see what's going on here at the event here?
Yeah, that's great.
Let me flip it around here.
One of the best suggestions. It's like, why do you say, okay, the district should sell all of the private parking lots? It's a state of emergency.
That's very great.
Sorry. But I like the idea of that. You can't see
the actual saving of the
I mean, it's good. I don't know. But I like the idea of that. Share taxes. How about we let those taxes?
All right. And then once you get
Wow, that's a wall of camera looking at it. And that's the main
that's the high there's still people coming in. They're lining up. This is how we are.
Hey, Quinn, what's the temperature there, by the way? No, his number. You got to give his number.
I had no idea on the count here. It's got to be at least 600-700 people here, at least so far.
Employees are suing the company after they claim that each one of the employees came from India, took their job.
It hasn't started yet.
Is 90 days prior to getting
Surrounding hasn't arrived yet.
downside.
The air here is electric. You can really I think they really wanted to get an accurate count. You know, that showed up tonight. People behind me and droves.
Well, it looks awesome.
There are
right, and especially, in very simple fashion, we'll probably, after the event, come back to, talk to us. People are probably, see if I can just put this around. People are from there, I see, local media, I got here 6 hours out, and
tech industry quite a bit because employers were like, oh, this American employee has interviewing experience. Too expensive. Hire that people.
I thought it was going to be held safe room. I'm going to put the game around over here. I thought it was going to be held. I really want to go there. You see that wall right there? You can start the collecting over there. That's what I thought it was going to be held. We're going to start the collection over there. But that's not the case. You can see now I'm already starting to get surrounded by even more people. I guess I could come in and I felt like stay out 25 minutes before showtime.
Right. You have the ability to talk to any of the people that are around you and get their impressions of Bernie and what they think the August is going to be like.
I don't know. Let me ask Brandon first.
Yeah, tell them we're on
TV. Okay? I got turned down by my first dad. Somebody come back on the computer. Let me try and do that. I'll hurry up to you if I find something.
Yeah, tell them we're live. Tell them we're live.
No problem, guys. Oh my God, they have an awesome game.
All right. Well, let's see what Quinn can get going so we can get a little bit of feel for, on the ground in the auditorium and the excitement that's going on. Ryan?
Right? Like, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
How are you doing back there?
Regulated, which
I'm doing good.
it could be disastrous for certain industries.
Are you working with the Twitter and the chat room? Is that what you're doing?
3 years ago
I was,
about how
I was
H-1B
moving around
visas are true
place
tech
to
workers.
place, but
And so the
that's
notion
awesome
is
to
these
have
people want to come
someone
to the U.S. and live the American
actually
dream,
at
right?
the
So they're
event
going to
like
be
that.
productive
Like
members of society. But
obviously
that's
we
not
have
often the case
Camp who
anymore.
bring us
It
the
used to be.
streams, but
So what happens
it's
is
been a
they'll
little
come
while
into the
since
United
we've had
States,
someone,
they'll get, the training that they need, they'll get
masses,
resources that they need, and then oftentimes they leave. Let me give you an example.
Hey, Ryan,
Computer
just to
World
say,
revealed,
you're right.
back in 2013,
they've
that
also
the top
helped us
10
with
users
interviews
of the
too.
H-1B visas in
we have
2012
a crazy
were
array
all
of people
offshore
like Quinn
outsourcing
and
firms
Kim and
such
everybody
as
that Scott
Tata and
do these things
Infosys.
for us.
Together,
And,
these firms hired nearly half of all H-1B workers, and less than 3% of them applied to become permanent
yeah, it's
residents.
awesome to have
So this
these
is now becoming more and
volunteers
more
all
of a
across
trend.
the country
And
that
I
are
know that
willing to
Congress
step
in
up
the past has looked
help
into
us out
increasing
to
the number of
work on these
foreign workers
broadcasts and
through this
everything.
visa program.
It's part of the volunteer effort that we do in the beginning, and we put this out there to our viewers too. If Bernie is going to be coming in your area and you're able to attend a rally, let us know because we'd love to broadcast. That's kind of what we do. We chase Bernie so that we can, we're his media kind of. We still got to get that message out, even though he's getting a little bit more attention.
For workers, they're going to get cheaper workers.
Yeah, I don't want to ever have to depend on mainstream media when we ourselves.
The real rules won't be enforced. The rules that should be in place will never be in place. Like, for instance, if you just ensure that the foreign workers get paid the same as American workers, you think that these corporations are going to fight to make sure that they bring it to other countries?
They're just not.
And by the way, I think it's very telling that when Congress wanted to increase the number of foreign workers under this visa program, Marco Rubio was one of the sponsors, okay? And he said the following.
Sorry.
I, for one, have no fear that
I'm the only one working it tonight, so I'm trying my best.
Why are you so anti-education? It's kind of incredible.
So, they're just talking about, actually, Daryl, he had a really nice comment. Get the news out about Bernie's tax plan and how it will save us all money.
In our own country. It's kind of crazy.
That was good. We haven't talked about that tonight.
Again, H-1B visas could be terrific. The people who use them, even if they go back to India or whatever country that they
I'm sorry, I
from,
was checking
and then they
one
have
of the other channels. Can you repeat that,
build
please?
up their countries.
Daryl, get the news out about Bernie's tax plan and how it will save us money.
H-1B visa that actually was a job
specifically, I know that healthcare was one he actually mentioned himself on television on CNN the other night about
there is a real great
people picking on him that he's going to raise our taxes, but
get out.
If you raise my taxes by $1, but I save $1,000, that's a good deal, right?
Ironically, what he did was
right.
move
well,
to
I think probably one of the best ways to explain it is really like you did. If you're paying $10,000 now in premium fees and you got a $5,000 deductible, right?
Corporate interest.
With Medicare for All, what you're going to have is you're not going to be paying any premiums. You're not going to be paying any more deductibles. You're just going to go to the doctor, hand them your card, let them do what they're supposed to do, and then you leave. Medicare will cover those expenses when they receive the billing. But here's the deal. On an individual's taxes, I believe it's supposed to go up, I think, 2.3%, something like that. That your Medicare tax would increase on your salary would be taken out as part of the like your Social Security comes out of your check.
Right. Let's take a break.
Deducted from your check. It's part of your paid forward insurance program is what those are.
Actually, I'm super.
Yeah, and he's also talked a lot about I am on Medicare, so and there's a lot of holes in Medicare, and I know Bernie's talked about getting rid of those holes. I mean, there's stuff, like I am an amputee, so my prosthesis is only covered 80%, believe it or not, by Medicare. And these things aren't cheap. A wheelchair is only 80%. So you have to have a secondary, and you got to pay for that, and then you got to pay for your deductible and all this other stuff. So he's talking about getting rid of all of that. No more donut holes. No, we're all going to pay the one thing and save everyone tons of money. I mean, I don't even want to think about what I spend in a year.
Right.
I'm also on Medicare, and
Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm not here. You guys are talking about healthcare, which is a good thing.
Very important.
Can you guys hear me? I got Emily with me.
Hey, Emily. You're back on virtual 20.
Hey, Emily.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. So,
Okay, tell them what you do.
I work at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. I'm a staffing coordinator, so I tell the nurses where to go.
Hopefully find good places, right?
Exactly.
It's hard to hear you guys on my end, but Emily's here. Sport and Bernie. We can hear you fine. Great. So, you're supporting Bernie. Has he always been your first choice, son?
Oh, always.
Always?
Yep, since day one.
And you're here from Minnesota, correct?
I was born in California, lived in Texas for a while, and now I'm here.
oh, audio.
Okay. That's his phone.
We got buffering.
So you can...
Yeah, do everything I can for him.
Right? That's what we're all trying to do, especially these guys. They work pretty hard.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And they're ladies, too.
And ladies.
Gentle ladies. So, as somebody who works with healthcare, what do you think the biggest point of, supporting Bernie is? What's the biggest plus with Bernie's, Medicare for all?
And healthcare is something that, is your concern, which I guess if you're a human, you're gonna need it at some point, if I'm correct.
We all are humans.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that everybody needs, young to old. I don't understand how this is even one of the bigger issues. I guess with the private insurance companies, that's the reason it's a big issue. But I see people every day who are in need of help, and I don't think not having insurance stops anybody from going into an emergency room. I've never heard anybody almost dial 911 and say, no, let's don't do that. They don't have insurance, or they don't have a good insurance. So we're here to take care of anybody anyways. I don't understand. It ends up in our pockets and on our shoulders no matter what. And the insurance companies, the pharmaceutical companies are just basically getting to do what they want right now. No consequences. Yeah, it's just kind of unbelievable. We're losing money in both directions. I just don't. I don't understand it. It's fiscally
irresponsible.
Yeah,
I was going to say fiscally responsible for Bernie's ideas to be implemented. I don't.
So you think that this Medicare for all policy then is the best way to go?
I do. Like I said, it's something always going to be there. The healthcare is something that's going to be going for a long, long time. I don't think people are going to stop getting sick anytime soon. So why not just? I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, we can always help it. I mean, meanwhile, our pockets are getting pickpocketed by the pharmaceutical companies. I don't understand. It just gets me so worked up because I just people need to be taken care of. Bottom line, not. I mean, they don't need the riches. They don't need the Nike shoes and all the fashion statements. But healthcare is something that shouldn't really be a big argument, or a corporation's argument at this point. I don't think they should get to set the rules for us.
So do you think that's the biggest point that he's making for his candidacy, or what do you think is his
I think getting money out of politics is the bottom line. I think that's something we can all rally around. I mean, you can have differences on social issues, marriage, abortion, but money in politics. I mean, there's people on both.
Starting to go up now on what the Flix, so check that out.
We're having
the same corporation.
One other movie, but not the Hateful Eight.
I mean, it's got.
I didn't love it, and I feel bad not loving a Tarantino
You're not the first person to say that. One of my good friends who loved Tarantino actually hated the movie.
Yeah, we lost him.
And
We lost
that's
you there.
to be honest. But I should see it anyway. Who knows? It might be really good.
Yeah.
All right, there, Gwen. It was a great conversation.
Anyway, let me do some.
How exciting though! It's like she's definitely high energy. She's definitely into it, and you can tell that she's looking forward to seeing Bernie and supports his platform, especially with regard to healthcare.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were having one hell of a conversation and nailing all the points. And I think what we saw there. So let's what I want to say real quick. Turn it back to you. Is that
that's a thriller.
This is why we're not 49% say yes because we're intelligent. 51% intelligent. No, we see through. Right?
Yeah, so just
really
means that they want more punishment.
Yeah, they won't. So
well, and if we don't fully understand something, we certainly are, smart enough to begin to try to research it so that we do understand and are informed.
The actors were in that.
Okay.
So they did not create the actors.
That's what I was saying before.
Okay. It was not that premeditated.
I'm on Medicare and the healthcare was the original thing that brought me
and that's probably why they thought, oh, that's so funny.
Because it's obviously a big issue in my life. It affects me personally. And I have a lot of relationships with people who it also affects personally. And Bernie's plan is the only, like she was saying, it's the only way to go. It's either going to be now or down the road, so why not just make it now and help these people out?
Guys, there's a lot more
I couldn't agree more. As a few people in Slack know, I've had to start seeing some doctors, and I don't have any health insurance. And I can tell you that just going to a general practitioner, I guess what they call family medicine practitioner now, just for the office visit alone, and this is what happens when you don't have insurance. The office visit alone was $280.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
All right.
$280. That was basically just to go in, have a nurse take my temperature, my pulse, my
in the country, and the numbers are
your
pretty
blood oxidation level, and have the doctor spend like 15 minutes with me, ask me a couple of questions, and send me off to other doctors who those fees are going to be anywhere from $350 to $500 just for the first office visit out of pocket.
10.42 billion, and 60 colleges and universities under 2% of all institutions receive $20.15 billion.
It's $12,000 a night.
Now, understand that the majority of this money isn't going to state
that's not medications. That's just
they're going to top universities.
Yeah, that's just the
there's a reason for that. The main reason is
when you talk about the healthcare industry, because that's what it is. It's an industry, and it has a lot of support industries,
Anna, to be fair, that's almost
hospital bill, and you get bills from different labs for different lab work that has to be done. You get bills from if you have surgeries of any kind, you get bills from anesthesiologists, you get bills from almost every different entity that would be involved in certain medical procedures sends bills.
Right? So it's kind of like a win-win. You get a tax write-off,
and they can be just absolutely staggering.
So,
Denise,
it's more likely that
Chris Ward from the comment room said he had kidney stones. He was in the ER for 2 hours, and his bill was.
People complain about it.
I'm sorry, I'm assuming it could be a girl. His bill, the bill was $12,000.
Kids are going to get a lot of affirmative action.
Just even going through our chats and just talking to people on the street.
That SAT score's not so bad.
In America, this doesn't seem to be a contentious issue. I think everyone is ready for a Medicare for all system, a single payer system. We're done with all this stuff. We've seen Obamacare, what it can do, and we've seen people come onto the system and how exciting that is. We're ready to go further. It's ridiculous. Like what Brian was saying about staying in the hospital.
Your own independent person. Are you
the costs are just, and we have Europeans that are volunteers here at Burning TV, and
are you
I've had chats with them about what their healthcare is like, and it sounds mighty nice.
I get it.
I've seen some of those chats, and I have to admit that I too am envious of what they've got. Because, I'm one of those people. I'm 55 years old. I have spent the majority of my adult life working without not just benefits, but working without health insurance. I mean, I can count on one hand the number of months I have been insured over the past 20 years. As a self-employed individual, it was impossible to go into the market to get a healthcare policy because of the fees. And the fact that you weren't getting any kind of insurance coverage for what you were paying per month. When the ACA, finally came into fruition, and it was time for people to start signing up for it, I got on the site that the government set up for the state of Texas because, Texas, we don't take money from the federal government to help our people, at least not healthcare-wise. We'll take it for the fossil fuel industry, but that's a different story.
So let's look at
the subsidy.
How much money they receive
would still have left me paying $200 a month for
Stanford University
the ACA healthcare, and it's like I was making under $30,000 a year. That's a car payment. Not really a good car, but a car payment, or
Okay.
Those are, by the way, just
amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
So these are the top donors that gave.
It's crazy.
And so, for example,
someone else,
universities.
Darcy Linton said, without my Canadian healthcare, I'd be dead.
And it's all in just 1 year. All the numbers we just gave you.
It's really sad that this is 2016 and we're still arguing about single payer healthcare. I was sick with cancer as a child, so I've been in the hospital since I was very little and basically was raised in one. So this has been something I've been waiting for. I mean, when Bernie started talking, I started hearing him about 10 years ago, and when he started mentioning he might be running for president, that was it for me. I think because the healthcare issue is just number one. We gotta have people healthy, or we don't have a good society.
Okay, so they build buildings. There's we need a new sports center. And let's have a new venue.
This would be the marquee one, by the way.
Fuck your performing arts. Okay, performing arts are fine. We probably already have a building for performing arts.
The other aspect, and Denise, you and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago when I had that first appointment with the family doctor, that I felt very out of place. I felt like I was shopping for something, and that I'm shopping for something that I don't know what it is that I'm buying, and not really understanding how I'm supposed to be communicating with the doctor. Nowadays, it's like I went in to describe symptoms that I was having, and I'm told, well, that's not the appointment type that you set. And it's like, I'm coming in for a physical. Oh, you got quit again.
It's not a very good one right now.
They're taking advantage of that system to get their new club buildings to get their kids in. It annoys me, but fine. But millions, in some cases billions of dollars that can really be utilized in the right way. The part that frustrates me most is how he's out.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And look, when I say I love your performing arts, I love ballet for 7 years. So I love it. I love it. But we feel college campuses throughout the country that they're almost like factories, but instead of arms, it's buildings, right? It's like, oh my God, we got this new shiny university. Oh my God, we got to build this new building. We got to have this, we got to have that. We got to have this shiny and accessible possible because they're all competing with one another. The landlords need to go there. Look, make sure that you have these essentials for students. You want to have a nice campus. I get that.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, hit the button on accident. Sorry. Let's see. So, it's not real bright, it looks like, but as you can still see, people are coming in. There's some people that are kind of upset because you got this little firewall of media going on right here. Nobody can see anything.
Well, hey, at least he's getting some media, finally.
So we got a lot. We got a lot of folks that are, getting interviewed by CNN and I remember so it's pretty exciting.
So there's actually some really big name media finally showing up in this.
Right, I'm gonna show you here. We 80 people and I can't tell. Look, the lighting here, but down yonder we got that CNN guy who's interviewing some crowd, so it's really exciting.
Another good cause is decreasing the need for because
this area of Iowa is considered to be pretty staunch Hillary territory. So I just want to start with I think it's time you guys got to figure out.
In a minute.
Your young son had to play like UCLA. When you went to USC,
I can't get any closer.
You wanna camera up and turn in that direction?
You can't see nothing. So this is the view. I'm a Facebook from people who see me out here. Hi, Irene.
You guys didn't know. How are you going to stop it? If that's already the next building, and then the millionaire gives you
Usually I don't have this good of signals.
So the only way to stop it is different people who are that was just the we got tired of anyways.
Yeah, I'm surprised the prayer verses let that many people come in here. Or is everyone inside to sit down?
Put your kid in there also because
I'm going to talk to the crowd about the car hazard.
Not always, but of course it's a huge advantage. To be honest, guy in the back shows that he got killed in Janet Jackson.
Follow around.
But still the same.
Hoping to see running here. He's a gentleman and he debates the issues. I agree with everything. Corporations are wrecking our country and have been for years. Something needs to be done. And how can you take the economy and nobody goes to jail?
Has been ordered to pay a $6.4 billion order from a jury to advance allegations and already for a very long time, but now there's finally series of blocks the yoga in Calgary, in which women accused now of the popular yoga style healthcare provider. I have a chiropractic now. I hope they don't cover it up like Medicare. I started a doctor in the 80s. Everybody had insurance. And had a stuff where you could actually eat it. I don't understand that handle down. It's supposed to be either 8 weeks or 30 days. Never had any problems. But each of them came back. She claims a lot of different instances of sexual harassment. She does not claim that she got raped. Let me be absolutely clear about that. She claims that he forced her to meet in his hotel in order to talk about certain things that made her uncomfortable. One time he was laying in bed, she said she had a conversation. Apparently, all of the people left. Calgary admitted that he could only luxury car Ferrari in a Van Nuys.
okay. Now you got to stay up. Everything like that. Then you get copyright technique.
I'm 36 years old. I don't know if I ever had a landmine. If they get shot, that's sort of the big thing. You know, Obama was elected January 1st, I think it was, 8 years ago. And this year it's going to be all February. They're going to be all really nice.
And I'm sure they have that situation because
I'm not going to lose that some doctors. I'm going to throw the shit out of you. We're going to tornado thrown out and I think I see children. He actually pushed somebody forward so he would actually win the race. You know, that's the kind of guy that Bernie is. When you're studying your right? I don't think he's preferable. Yeah, I don't think he's preferable at all. You know, he doesn't care about money. He's the establishment candidate.
He's suffering a brain aneurysm after he attempted the ducking challenge on the internet. That is the chief apparently his friends were
not really.
In the challenge where he got hurt, he was not decided to unfortunately, tried to break free, hitting his head on the window frame and fractured. And needed 48 staples in his head.
Wow. Okay. So now we've covered a lot of stories of viral things that people are doing online, and you know, some of them seem incredibly dangerous. Oh, the guys are getting choked out by the condoms. And you remember that story? They're like dropping like.
Yeah. I didn't realize how they got away here. They're gonna get hurt.
They don't want to have delivering money or whatever. Excited about allergen pharmaceuticals. Ireland. I much like that stuff. And other Irish corporation.
After he started the fire, I was like, oh, okay, I hear you. That's fair. So how do we put it out? He literally said to me, I started, I don't put it out. I had no idea how to put it out. He hadn't thought of it. So yes, I've been there. Okay, and okay, now, at the same time, I don't agree with Anna. I had a great job. And I used to ride my bike. Okay, that's fine. Everywhere. I was wondering if I should shut up for that or not. And yeah, go ahead and just cross the highway and make sure we can buy corn bags. That's fine.
No corn bags. That's it.
Okay, and that's part of we call this. And sometimes in freedom, you start a fire you can't put out. That's what we made the fire department. Little thing, hey, how do I put out the fire? Or what if I fall over when I'm covered in duct tape and I hit my head? So this is a kid, he might work on the back. What's that? So I might need to work on my back for saying so long.
People alive realize that there's not right? So I think it was in my mid-20s when I finally realized, like, okay, life is very you get injured very easily. I'm kind of happy that I'm happy. Okay, I don't want anyone to get injured. Teenagers thinking about being stupid. And so we as people must commit ourselves to decide purposes and we must
for everyone else watching. By the way, though, in all fairness, nobody believes it. Their whole life, right? And so it becomes not only do I know for certain, again, theoretically, everybody knows that, but I feel it, and that impact is how everyone is alive. I'll tell you about my students. Speaking of dumb things when you're a kid, I'll tell you something really dumb and wrong that we did. But this is a funny story, looking back on it, that's very much should have been an effect. We should have been. TYTnetwork.com/join.
That he is consistent, that he is principled, and that he is incredibly brave.
Sorry, pulling up the C-SPAN feed right now, guys. Susan's just started. I'm going to get that over to you.
I've come here because, for me, gender is not what's important. Issues are what's important. I want a candidate who has the courage to stand and do the right thing when it is not popular. When the time came for the war, the vote for the war, the United States was traumatized, it was fearful, it was in a frenzy, and the few people who had the courage to even ask a question were cut off from the herd and labeled un-American, Bin Laden lovers. It was a scary, scary time. Very few people working in the system had the courage to even ask a question, let alone stand on the floor and make a speech that now is so prescient, so clear, and so brave as Bernie Sanders. It's one thing to be for gay rights and gay marriage once everybody else is for it. That's not difficult. You know, change is hard. So to say that you can't go for a decent minimum wage because you can't get it because it's too difficult and to have that called pragmatic is not pragmatic. That's just cynicism. That's giving up before you've even tried. The right thing is a $15 minimum wage, and that's what we have to get. You know, everybody realizes that we're being run by a machine that's being run by Wall Street, by Big Farm, by Monsanto, by many big, boo. And it is, yes, no thank you. And it is difficult. And there's one man who miraculously has managed, and this may be the only man that can come up through the system, through the pipeline, unscathed, unsold, and pure. And we now have the opportunity to make that man our choice for the President of the United States. He's right, you know, change is difficult. And what this man is asking of us is to be the machine now. I give you Bernie Sanders.
Come all the way back there, huh? So let me thank all of you for coming out. This is a wonderful, wonderful turnout. Let me thank Charles for his right-on remarks. And let me thank Susan Sarandon, not only for being a great actress, and I've known Susan for 25, 30 years, and there are other great actresses and other great actors in our country, but what Susan has been doing for her entire life is standing up for social justice, for economic justice, and for a world of peace. Susan, thank you for all that you have done, and thanks for being here tonight. Let me begin a little bit by talking about our campaign and picking up on some of the points that Charles and Susan made. And that is that anybody here who thinks that real change comes easy knows nothing about American history or world history. Frederick Douglass made the point way back when, fighting to end slavery, that change only comes with struggle. Freedom is never given
to people, you got to fight to get it. And that is what this campaign is about. Yeah, we are taking on Wall Street and the economic establishment. Yeah, we're taking on the political establishment. Yeah, we're taking on the media establishment. But that is the establishment that has to be taken on. If we are going to create the country that our people deserve. Susan said, some people say, that's hard. She's right. It is hard. You don't take on Wall Street and think it's an easy struggle. You don't take on corporate America and all of their greed and think you're going to do that overnight. But if we are going to create the nation that our people deserve, a nation that does not have the highest rate of child poverty of almost any major nation on earth, a nation in which millions of seniors are not forced to live on $12,000, $13,000 a year, a nation which has more people in jail than any other country on earth. If you want to change that, you're going to have to fight, and that's what this campaign is about. When we began this campaign, people said, well, yeah, it's true, Bernie combs his hair really nice. He is a fantastic dresser. But despite those realities, he is a fringe candidate. Who in America really believes that we should be taking on the billionaire class? Well, turns out there are a few million people like you. I mean, really, here's a really crazy idea. You ready for a real crazy idea? I mean, who in America says the establishment thinks that the United States should join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people? Well, turns out a whole lot of people think that. And who in America says or believes that people should not be forced to work for $8 an hour or $9 an hour, that our minimum wage should be a living wage? Well, turns out that millions of people agree with that as well. So we started this campaign 9 months ago without any money, without any organization, and with very little name recognition outside of the state of Vermont. But a lot has happened in the last 9 months. Today, we have hundreds of thousands of volunteers all across this country in 50 states. And let me thank the 15,000 volunteers that we have right here in the state of Iowa. There's something else that really differentiates our campaign from the other campaigns. And that is, when we began, we had to ask ourselves a pretty difficult question. And that is, all of you know, sadly but truthfully, that to run for President of the United States today, you need to raise an enormous sum of money. It's not good, but it's true. And what the pundits tell us is the only way you can raise the kind of money that you need is to form a super PAC and go to Wall Street and go to the wealthiest people in this country for your campaign funding. Well, you know what? We do not represent Wall Street. We don't represent corporate America. We don't want their money. So we decided to do it in a different way. What we decided to do is to go out to the working families and the middle class of this country and to say to them, if you want real change, if you want a political revolution in this country, you're going to have to help us out. And an amazing thing happened that I never in my life would have dreamed of 9 months ago. Today, we have received 2.5 million individual campaign contributions. That is more individual contributions than any campaign in the history of the United States up to this point. Let me, if I might, tell you one of the major differences between our campaign and my opponent's campaign. I am delighted to be here with you tonight in Mason City. My opponent is not in Iowa tonight. She is raising money from a Philadelphia investment firm. Frankly, I would rather be here with you. Now, when you come to the last weeks of a campaign, especially when you run up against a campaign that now sees itself in trouble, you know, when we began this campaign, we were 40, 50 points behind. Now, with your help, we're going to win here in Iowa. But needless to say, our opponents are all not that enthusiastic about that reality. So they go out and they say a whole lot of things. And one of the things they say is, you know, Bernie Sanders, nice guy, interesting ideas, but he just could not win a general election. So let me make it very clear that that is absolutely wrong. Let me tell you why for 3 reasons. In the most recent national poll that I saw, Hillary Clinton was doing very well. She was defeating Donald Trump by 10 points. We were defeating him by 15 points. Now, Iowa and New Hampshire are important not just because they are the first 2 states to vote in the presidential process, but both of those states are battleground states. According to the most recent polls that I have seen, Hillary Clinton was ahead of Donald Trump here in Iowa by 8 points. We were ahead by 13 points. In New Hampshire, based on the last poll that I saw, she was defeating Donald Trump by 1 point. That's good. We were defeating him by 19 points. But it is not just polls. Polls go up and polls go down. Here is what is most important. Republicans Republicans win national elections and state elections when people become demoralized, when they give up on the political process, and when they don't vote. An example of that was just a year ago in November. Republicans won a landslide victory, recaptured, took the Senate, did better in the House, won governor's chairs all across America. In that election, 63% of the American people didn't vote. 80% of young people didn't vote. That's how Republicans win elections. And that, by the way, is why Republican governors all over this country are busy trying to suppress the vote. They love it when people can't vote and don't vote. Democrats and progressives win elections, as was the case in 2008, when the American people stand up, get involved in the political process, and come out and vote in large numbers. I think anybody who objectively and fairly looks at our campaign versus our opponent's campaign knows that the energy, the enthusiasm, the momentum is with us. What our campaign is doing is reaching out to millions and millions of working class, middle class, young people, and say that if you want a government that represents all of the people and not just a few, come on board the political revolution. That is exactly what we are seeing. And the third reason we will win a general election is we will expose the Republicans for what they are. Let me just give you an example of some of the views that Donald Trump has. It is not just his racist and bigoted language telling the American people, suggesting that the people coming here from Mexico are rapists or criminals or drug dealers. That's right. One would have thought that by the year 2016, we would have gotten beyond that type of xenophobia and racism. It's not just that he told us that he saw on television thousands of Muslims in New Jersey celebrating the destruction of the Twin Towers when nobody else in America saw that on television, and it never happened. That's called pathological lying. And it's not just that he has suggested that Muslims should not be able to come into our country, insulting one of the large religions in this world and doing enormous damage to America's image from one end of this world to the other. A fierce debate took place in the Parliament in London about whether or not they should allow him to come into their country. And that was conservatives and labor people saying, this man is insulting minorities, he is scapegoating, we don't want him to come into our country. Think about how this man is going to deal with the world when he can't even deal with our strongest ally. But it is more than that. Here is a man who is a multi-billionaire, And he thinks that we shouldn't raise the minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. This is a man who had a Republican debate. And what a show those Republican debates are. After insulting everybody on the stage, and half of America came up with the brilliant conclusion that wages in America are too high. This is a man who thinks that we should give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the families of the top 0.2%. And this is a man when at a time when climate change is real, caused by human activity, and is already doing devastating harm, this is a man who tells us that climate change is a hoax invented by the Chinese. Now, I was shocked by that remark because I thought a great scientist like Donald Trump would at least have been consistent and told us that the hoax of climate change was caused by Mexicans or Muslims. But the Chinese, well, and this Republican Party, and I speak to you as a ranking member, the leader of the Democrats on the Senate Budget Committee. This is a political party in the Senate that voted to throw 27 million people off of health insurance. Now, when you ask them, as I did, so I'm the ranking member of the committee, and I said, well, tell me, Mr. Chairman, what happens when you throw 27 million people off of health insurance? How many people die? How many people will get much sicker than they should be? They have no answer. They do not care. This is a political party in their Senate budget which proposed the ending of Medicare and converting it to a voucher program. And what that means is you would give seniors a check maybe for $8,000, and then they go out looking for private health insurance. Well, if you are 85 years of age and you are dealing with cancer, you tell me what kind of insurance policy you are going to get for $8,000. Virtually nothing to meet your needs. That's what they want to do. This is a party in the Senate that at a time when young people are finding it harder and harder to afford college, proposed $90 billion in cuts in Pell Grant funding. This is a party who in their Senate budget, at a time when seniors cannot afford the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs, proposed raising prescription drug costs for seniors. That agenda, those policies, when exposed to the light of day, and there's nothing more than I would enjoy doing than exposing those policies to the American people. My friends, a Republican candidate running on those issues is not going to become President of the United States. Now, one of the reasons that we have been successful, I believe, in this campaign is because we are running a simple, straightforward campaign that is talking truth to the American people and talking about the real issues that face our country, and that we have the courage to propose real answers to the problems that we face. And let me preface my remarks by telling you all what I think most of you already know. And that today in America, we are the wealthiest country in the history of the world, but most people don't know that because almost all of the new wealth and income is going to the top 1%. And let me tell you something else. My Republican friends get very nervous when we talk about concepts like redistribution of wealth. They start shaking. But here is the truth, that in the last 30 years in this country, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth. Problem is, it has gone in the wrong direction. It has gone from the pockets and the hands of hardworking people in the middle class and the working class into the hands of the top 1/10 of 1%. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than any other major country on earth, and it is worse here now than at any time since 1928. Today in America, and I'd like you to hear this, you don't see it on TV, you're not going to read it in the papers too often. Today in America, the top 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Today in America, the 20 wealthiest people in our country own more wealth than the bottom 150 million, bottom half of America. Today in America, one family, now this is the United States of America we're talking about. This is not some little oligarchy someplace. This is America. Today in America, one family. The wealthiest family in this country, the Walton family, who owns Walmart, they alone own more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people. One family. And here's something about the Walton family that is important to discuss. And that is, many of my Republican colleagues go around the country and they talk about welfare abuse, about poor people ripping off the welfare system. The largest recipient of welfare in America today is the Walton family, the wealthiest family in America. And here is why. Walmart is the largest private sector employer in our country. And yet many of the workers at Walmart are on Medicaid, they're on food stamps, they're in subsidized housing, all of which you provide through your taxes. And the reason that the workers in Walmart are on Medicaid, food stamps, and subsidized housing is because the Walton family refuses to pay their workers a living wage. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a decent wage. It's not just wealth inequality. When we talk about our economy, two major points have to be made. Number one, we are much better off today than we were when George W. Bush left office 7 years ago. You gotta be easy on the Republicans. They suffer from a very serious illness called amnesia. They have forgotten the world that George W. Bush left to President Obama and to all of us in 2008. But I will remind my Republican friends about that world. That was a world in which 800,000 Americans were losing their jobs every month. That was a world in which we were running up the largest deficit, $1.4 trillion in the history of our country. That was a world in 2008 where the world's financial system was on the verge of collapse. So it is fair to say that under President Obama, Vice President Biden, we have made real progress in the last 7 years. But here is another truth, and that is that while the economy today is better than it was 7 years ago, much better, the other reality is that for the last 40 years, the great middle class of our country, a middle class that was once the envy of the entire world, that middle class has been disappearing. In Vermont, in Iowa, and all over this country, we have people who are working not one job, but 2 jobs or 3 jobs. We have people who are working so hard just to cobble together enough income and health care to take care of their families. All over this country, you got mom working, you got dad working, you got the kids working. And you have families that are stressed out economically, marriages that are suffering from the stress, kids not getting the attention they deserve because their parents are working so hard. And while our people are working so hard, and by the way, we in America work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. The Japanese are very hard workers. We now work longer hours than the Japanese. So with all of our people working such long hours, it turns out that despite that, 58% of all new income generated today is going to the top 1%. Now, my friends, when you have an economy in which the top 0.1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%, when you have an economy in which 58% of all new income goes to the top 1%, you have an economy that is rigged. Now, how would you like to hear a radical idea tonight? You ready for a radical idea? What about creating an economy that worked for working families and the middle class, not just the top 1%? When we talk about the economy, we have got to talk about jobs. Every month, federal government comes out with a report on unemployment. And what you see in the front pages of your paper, what you see on TV is official unemployment, 5%. Anybody here believe that unemployment in America is really 5%? Well, you're right. Because there's another report the government comes out with, which includes people who have given up looking for work, and millions of people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. That number is close to 10%. And then let me give you another number, which is very, very frightening and unacceptable. I asked some economists to do a study for me on youth unemployment. What kind of real unemployment are there for kids who graduate high school? And you know what the answer was? kids were white, 33% of them were unemployed or underemployed. Latino, 36%. African American, 51%. Now this is a tragedy for the young people themselves. Kids want to stand up on their own 2 feet, want to get out of the house, they want to start earning some money, they want to become independent. But above and beyond that, if anybody in this room tonight thinks that there is not a direct correlation between that high rate of youth unemployment and another American tragedy, and that is that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. If you don't see the correlation, you're missing a very important point. So here is another radical idea. You ready for the second radical idea of the night? What about investing in education and jobs rather than jails and incarceration? And when we talk about our economy and why it is that people work so hard, work so many hours, the answer is pretty obvious. And that is that wages in America are just too low. The $7.25 minimum wage, in my view, is a starvation wage. Now you can do the arithmetic. Don't do it right now. Do it when you get home. You know, you can take out your calculator, multiply $8, $9, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year. And the sum of money that you're going to come up with will not be enough for an individual to survive on, let alone a family. In America, when people work 40 hours a week, they should not be forced to live in dire poverty. And that is why I believe we should raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour over the next several years. And when we talk about jobs and the need to put our people back to work, it is clear to me that we need a massive federal jobs program. And what that means is that we should not be firing teachers, we should be hiring teachers. It means that when we have a child care and pre-K system that is extremely dysfunctional, that millions of Americans, parents, desperately are searching for quality, affordable child care, they can't find it. We have got to address that problem by hiring hundreds of thousands of well-trained, well-paid people to take care of America's little ones. When we talk about creating jobs, we should understand that our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, and you all know what's going on in Flint, Michigan. That's right. Our wastewater plants, our rail system, our airports, our levees, our dams need an enormous amount of work because in many parts of the country, they are disintegrating. I believe if we invest $1 trillion in rebuilding our infrastructure, we can make America safer and more productive, and we can create 13 million jobs. People say, well, $1 trillion even in Washington, that's a lot of money. How are you going to pay for that? I will tell you how. Right now, you have major corporations that make billions of dollars a year in profit. but in any given year, because they stash their profits in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other tax havens, they end up in a given year not paying a nickel in federal income taxes. What we are going to do is end that loophole. They're going to pay their taxes. And we're going to use that revenue to rebuild our infrastructure and put our people back to work. And when we talk about equitable wages and raising the minimum wage, I hope that every man in this room will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity for women workers. Women should not be earning 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. That's nothing more than old-fashioned sexism. Together, we're going to change that. Now, here in Iowa, because you are the first caucus or primary in the nation, you got a lot of politicians running through your state. And you're going to hear from a lot of Republicans who talk about family values. Do you ever hear Republicans talking about family values? How much they love families? I hope that everybody in this room understands what Republicans mean by family values. What they mean, and what they are deadly serious in meaning, is that no woman in this room, in this state, in this country, should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What the Republicans mean by family values is they want to defund Planned Parenthood. I want to expand funding for Planned Parenthood. What the Republicans mean by family values is to tell our gay brothers and sisters they do not have the right to get married. I disagree. Now, I will not shock anybody here to suggest that there is a lot of hypocrisy in politics. I know, I'm sorry to disillusion you. I know that you thought that everything every politician said and did was honest and straightforward. Sadly, I have to inform you that is not the case. And when you think about the highest form of hypocrisy, let me give you what I think to be the case. My Republican colleagues go around the country telling us how much they hate the government. They want to cut Social Security. They want to cut Medicare. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to do away with the EPA. They hate the Post Office. They hate the Veterans Administration. They hate every government agency there ever was. They want to get the government off our backs. Except when it comes to whether or not a woman should be able to make a very personal choice. In that case, they love the government and want the government to make that choice for that woman. That is hypocrisy. Now, Jane, who you just met, and I have been married 27 years. We have, I don't know how she did it, but we've been married 27 years. We have 4 kids and 7 beautiful grandchildren, and we believe very much in family and in family values. But when we talk about family values, it is in a very different way than Republicans talk about it. And when I talk about family values, I talk about ending the international embarrassment of the United States of America being not only the only major country on earth, wealthy country, but almost the only country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave. And what that means is that today in Iowa, in Vermont, all over this country, women are having babies. And that is, for all of you who are parents, you know what an extraordinary moment that is. And it is a pretty big day for the baby as well. But here is the reality. If that mom in Iowa or Vermont does not have a lot of money, she will be forced to be separated from her newborn baby in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And she will have to go to work, go back to work, to earn enough money to take care of her family. That is wrong. That is not what should happen in this great country, and that is why I am strongly supporting legislation that will provide 3 months of paid family and medical leave. Now, that legislation is not free. It costs money. It will cost the average worker about $1.68. In this campaign, I have talked a lot about the realities of American political and economic life. And there are people who really don't like to hear what I say. I've been criticized time and time again. But I believe, getting back to the point that Susan Sarandon made a few minutes ago, that if we are not honest, if we are not willing to have the courage to lay the real issues out on the table, then we cannot go forward. Yeah, it will be hard, but we have got to understand what goes on and what we are up against. We have to understand why the middle class is declining and almost all new income and wealth goes to the top 1%. We have to understand why it is that Congress continues to represent the interests of the wealthy and the powerful at the expense of ordinary Americans. And let me tell you briefly one story which I think encompasses a lot of what is going on in this country and why the American people are angry and why they are demoralized. And here's the story. A couple of weeks ago, Goldman Sachs, which is one of the largest financial institutions in this country, a major Wall Street firm, reached a settlement with the United States government to pay $5 billion in fines. And they agreed to pay those fines because they were defrauding the American people and investors, and they were selling subprime mortgage packages which were essentially worthless, and they knew it. $5 billion in fines. That's reality number one. Reality number two, this major Wall Street firm in the last 25 years has so much political power that they have provided 2 secretaries of the Treasury, and that is one of the most important positions in the administration, shaping financial policy, one under a Democratic administration, one under a Republican administration. Point number 3, the CEO of Goldman Sachs today, who is a billionaire, went to Congress a couple of years ago, and this is what he said to Congress. He said, you have got to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid and give huge tax breaks to the rich and large corporations. Point number 4, and maybe the most important point, as to why the American people are so angry and so distrustful of their government today. This company, this financial institution, paid out a $5 billion fine. If some kid in Iowa or Vermont today is picked up possessing marijuana, that kid will get a police record which will stay with him for the rest of his life. But the executives on Wall Street who drove this country into the worst economic recession since the Great Depression, whose greed and illegal behavior resulted in millions of Americans losing their jobs, their homes, their life savings. These executives who pay billions of dollars in settlement agreements with the government, not one of them has been prosecuted. Not one of them has a criminal record. And the answer, somebody says, why not? And I'll tell you why not. When these guys on Wall Street, whose greed and recklessness forced our economy to the verge of collapse, they went to the middle class and they got a bailout, as you all know, because the banks were too big to fail. They went down, they would take half the economy with them. That was the logic. Well, it turns out that not only do we have banks that are too big to fail, we have bankers who are too big to jail. That's wrong, and together we're going to change that. When we talk about the ways that our country have got to move forward, we have got to understand that the campaign finance system that we have right now is corrupt. It is undermining American democracy. I am proud to tell you that I am the only Democratic candidate running for president who does not have a super PAC. Now, when you have a situation, which is the case right now, where as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, we have a situation where billionaires like the Koch brothers and a few of their friends are able to pour $900 million into this campaign cycle. When you have billionaires buying elections through super PACs, that is not democracy, that is oligarchy, and together we are going to change that. When we talk about what goes on in America today, everybody here knows that for this country to succeed, we need to have the best educated workforce in the world. Everybody knows that. Truth is, 30, 40 years ago, we did have the best educated workforce in the world. Truth is, we do not today. Today, we have hundreds of thousands of bright, qualified young people who have the ability to do well in college, who want to go to college, but who cannot go to college for one reason. And that reason is their families lack the funds. Now that is not only unfair to those young people, it is unfair to the future of our economy, because we need to tap the intellectual resources of all of our people. And that is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we look at public education, we can not only be looking at education up to the 12th grade. 50, 60 years ago, when you had a high school degree, you went to, public high school, you got out, you could get a pretty good job. Today, in many ways, a college degree is what a high school degree was 50 years ago. And that is why I believe that today we should make public colleges and universities tuition free. And here is something else that I believe. All over Iowa, and I've had dozens and dozens of meetings just like this, I hear from people who are saddled and being crushed by high student debt and high interest rates on that student debt. Anybody here with a student debt? All over the country. Millions of people. Now, stop and think for a second. As a nation, our job should be to encourage young people to get all the education that they need. That's what we should be doing. We should not be punishing people because they sought to have an education. Now, when I go around Iowa, this is what I hear. A few weeks ago, talked to a young man, 29 years of age, married, 2 kids. He works in sustainable energy, doesn't make a whole lot of money. He's paying 53% of his income in student debt. Talked to a young woman in Burlington, Vermont, a few years ago. We had a meeting on this issue. Her dream was to become a medical doctor working in primary health care for low-income people, exactly the doctors that we need. Her punishment for doing exactly what our society needs was $300,000 in debt. Then, a few months ago, I was in Des Moines, and I mentioned that fact, $300,000 in debt. A woman comes up to me after my remarks, she says, $300,000? I just graduated dental school, $400,000 in debt. I was in Nevada last month. Guy comes up to me, guy raises his hand, 55 years of age. He's been paying off his student debt for 25 years. He is more in debt today than he was when he started paying it off. And he is worried that when he gets Social Security, they're going to garnish his Social Security payments to pay off his student debt. That's crazy. That is crazy, all right? So if we want the best educated workforce in the world, we have to make educational opportunities available, and we do not burden people who get a college or graduate degree with outrageous debt. And that is why, as part of my legislation, we are going to allow students, graduates with lots of student debt to refinance their loans with the lowest possible interest rates they can find. Now, some people say, it's a great idea, Bernie, you're Santa Claus, you're giving it all away. Free stuff is what they describe it as. How are you going to pay for that? I will tell you how we pay for it. We're going to pay for it through a tax on Wall Street speculation. Now, when Wall Street went under, they went to the middle class for a bailout. Now it's Wall Street's turn to help the middle class. As adults, as parents, as grandparents, we have a moral responsibility to leave this planet to our children and our grandchildren in a way that is healthy and habitable. And I want you all to think about it. I want you all to think about what people will be saying 60 or 70 years from now. When they will be saying, why didn't you act in terms of climate change when you should have acted? You knew what was going to happen. Now, I'm on the Senate Environmental Committee and I'm on the Senate Energy Committee, and I have talked to scientists all over our country and all over the world. And here's the truth. The debate is over. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity. And it is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. If elected president, I will help lead the effort to reach out to China, Russia, India, countries all over the world. I will help lead the effort to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. Now, I want to connect a few dots here. I want you to ask yourselves, how does it happen that we have a major political party, the Republicans, who refuse to even acknowledge climate change, let alone be prepared to do anything about it? How does that happen? And I will tell you how it happens. It happens because the day that any Republican candidate stood up and said that climate change is real and has to be dealt with, on that day, that Republican candidate would lose campaign contributions from the Koch brothers and the fossil fuel industry. And that is what a corrupt campaign finance system is doing to our country. And I say to my Republican colleagues, think about your kids, think about your grandchildren, think about the future of this planet. Stop worrying about where you're going to get your campaign contributions. What this campaign is about is asking people to think big, not small. To understand that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, when we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Now, turns out that the United Kingdom provides health care to all of their people. Germany does it. France does it. Scandinavia does it. Holland does it. Canada does it. In fact, every major country on earth guarantees health care to all of their people as a right. We do not. Now, I have been criticized for this, but let me be honest and clear with everybody in this room and with the people of Iowa. Yes, I do believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And yes, I do believe that we should move to a Medicare for all single-payer program. Now, I am on the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. I helped write it, and I voted for it, and I'm proud of the many accomplishments that the Affordable Care Act brought about. Before the ACA, private insurance companies had this obscenity of pre-existing conditions, which meant that if you were a person who had an illness, they would not insure you for that illness. That's like getting fire insurance, except they won't insure you if you have a fire. Totally absurd, totally crazy. It's gone. We have added almost 18 million more Americans into the ranks of the insured. We should be proud of that. We have gone a long way to end discrimination against women who previously had to pay more for health insurance because they were women. So we have made progress in a number of areas. But, and this is the but, today in America, 29 million people still have no health insurance. and many more are underinsured with high deductibles and high copayments. As I go around the state of Iowa, I ask people, tell me about deductibles. Anybody here have deductibles? All right, what kind of deductibles do you have? Anyone want to reveal it? 6,500, 5,000, 4,500, 3,000. Okay. I have talked to people who have deductibles. Talked to a guy in a family of 6, $13,000 deductible. Okay. What happens to somebody who does not have a lot of money and has a high deductible or a high copayment? You don't go to the doctor. And what happens when you don't go to the doctor when you get sick? You get sicker. I have talked to doctors in Vermont and all over this country who tell me that patients walk into their offices much sicker than they should be. And the doctor says, tell me, why didn't you come in here 6 months ago when you first felt your symptom, saw your symptom? And people say, well, I had a high deductible. I didn't have any insurance. I couldn't afford it. Some of those people die when they should not have died because they got to the doctor too late. Others end up in the hospital at great pain and great expense to the system. Furthermore, 1 in 5 Americans today cannot afford to fill the prescriptions that doctors are prescribing. Now think for a moment how crazy that is. You go to the doctor because you're sick, the doctor gives you a diagnosis, writes you out a prescription, you can't afford to fill it. Because the cost of prescription drugs in this country is outrageously high. We're getting ripped off by the drug companies, and we're paying the highest prices in the world for medicine. Well, these are the realities that we face today. I'll tell you one brief story here. In the late 1990s, when I was Vermont congressman, I took a busload of women from Vermont over the Canadian border. You know why I did that? That's right. These were women who were suffering from breast cancer, working class women. We got up to Montreal and we had prearranged this. They bought the medicine they needed for 1/10 the price, 10% of what they were paying in Vermont. If elected president, trust me, the pharmaceutical industry will stop ripping off the American people. Today in America, we have millions of seniors and disabled veterans and people with disabilities who are struggling to keep their heads above water. I just had a meeting the other day in Iowa Falls, and we heard from people trying to tell us with great emotion about what it's like to live on $10,000 a year or what it's like to live on $12,000 a year. Now, I think that when you have millions of seniors and disabled vets trying to get by on $12,000, $13,000 a year, we should not be doing what the Republicans are proposing, which is to cut Social Security. We should be expanding Social Security benefits. When Barack Obama was here in 2008, he had a proposal. And I introduced legislation based on that proposal. That proposal is pretty simple. It says that today, when somebody is a millionaire and somebody is making $118,000 a year, they are both paying the same amount of money into the Social Security Trust Fund. If you lift the cap on taxable income going into Social Security and you start at $250,000, we can extend the life of Social Security for 50 years from today. We can increase benefits for people making less than $16,000 a year by $1,300 a year. That will make a difference in a lot of people's lives, That is what we should be doing. All of you are aware that we are living in a very dangerous world. And when you turn on the TV, you see horrible, horrible acts of barbarity and atrocities. And nobody has any magical answer to these problems. But this is what I do believe. You are looking at somebody who, when he was in the House of Representatives, listened to what George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, Don Rumsfeld, and all of those guys had to say about their view about Iraq. I listened very carefully, and I said, they are wrong. I voted against the war in Iraq. And if you go to my website, or you go to YouTube, listen to what I said on the floor of the House about my fears about what would happen if we invaded Iraq. And it gives me no pride to tell you, no joy to tell you, that much of what I feared would happen did happen. That was then, now is now. And now we are confronted with a barbaric organization called ISIS, which in my view must be destroyed. But what we must be is not just tough, we must be smart. And to be smart, in my view, means we must not get our young men and women in the military bogged down in perpetual warfare in the quagmire of the Middle East. What that means is that the United States must form a strong and coordinated coalition. King Abdullah of Jordan made a very important point a few months ago. And what he said is, obviously terrorism is an international issue, impacts the whole world. But it is primarily an issue of the Muslim people, because groups like ISIS have hijacked their religion, the soul of their religion, and have converted it into a barbaric way of life. And what he said, and I agree with him, is that at the end of the day, it must be Muslim troops on the ground destroying ISIS with the support of the major powers on earth. And I agree with that. So I believe that the United States, UK, France, Germany, Russia, all of the major countries around the world should be active in supporting through air efforts, training of troops, helping the Muslim troops on the ground destroy ISIS. And here there is maybe some good news recently. And that is, as you know, the Iraqi army has not been a terribly effective fighting force. That's right, that's an understatement. But in the last few months, we have seen some progress. As you know, the Iraqi army fought very effectively and has retaken Ramadi. And it turns out that in the last year, ISIS has lost about 40% of the territory that it controlled in Iraq. I believe we have got to train the Iraqi army, we have got to train our friends in the region. But I will do everything that I can to see that our young men and women do not get caught up in never-ending warfare in the quagmire of that region. Let me just go back to the point that Susan Sarandon made a moment ago. Well, it was more than a moment ago, I guess. A few moments ago. And what her point was, she change is never easy. Change never comes without struggle. Change never comes unless we have the courage to stand up to oppression. That is the history of the civil rights movement. It's the history of the women's movement. It's the history of the gay movement. It's the history of the environmental movement. The only way that change takes place is when millions of people become engaged and stand up. Let me just say something, that I'm the only candidate for president who tells you this, but it's true. I cannot do it alone. No president can do it alone, because the powers that be on Wall Street, in corporate America, and the corporate media, and the Koch brothers, and all these powerful special interests, no president can do it alone. The only way we transform this country is when millions of people are prepared to engage, and when people stand up and say loudly and clearly, this government of ours belongs to all of us, not just the 1%. Thank you all very much.
He was very excited about coming today and seeing you. Thank you for coming. There we go, I got it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Bernie, would you support the 29th and 30th Amendments to the right to the Constitution, to the right to work, and the right to
From Mason City, Iowa, that was Bernie Sanders.
That concludes the feed that we're going to get from C-SPAN, and thank you very much for being here. We're delighted that we got up to over 1,000 subscribers at 1,000 people watching at one point, and wow, that was just amazing. And John, have we got another video coming up? It looks like Senator Sanders, when he spoke after meeting with President Obama this morning, that looked like that was about to come up.
We could certainly listen to that if you want to. That just auto popped up there on C-SPAN. So give me a minute to confirm that if you want. But you can talk about how awesome that just was.
Oh man, Ryan, how awesome was that?
That was pretty awesome. I loved listening to him walk out like that and hear people yelling, "Bernie, we love you," and just he really is like a rock star, man.
Yeah, as I've said before, to me this it's very reminiscent of the way I heard my grandparents talk about Roosevelt. I very much feel that way. I feel that same kind of excitement, and nobody in the audience could see this happening to me, but the guys in the hangout back here probably saw me do this. There was a comment, several comments that Bernie was making, but he started naming out the names, listing the corporation names, and I was just back here shaking my arms like this because that's what we need. We need someone to lay it out there so that people know who we're talking about, know who they are and what they're doing, and how they're controlling our government.
Yeah. He tells it like it is. There's no BS with Bernie.
None at all. I'm going to jump over here for one moment. John, are you ready?
No, actually, I lost that video.
Oh, okay.
So
that's all right.
It just reset the page to the Future Believe-In rally. So I will need to find it. I would just move on to your other stuff.
I was going to say, let's just move on. How about if you call up slide number 2, and we'll go ahead and talk about the campaign made an announcement. And I'm going to have to mute for one moment, so pardon me. I have to cough. Okay. The campaign made an announcement. John is showing that right now, and I'm going to read this to y'all. Mason City, Iowa. Bernie Sanders' campaign manager, Jeff Weaver, on Wednesday issued the following statement calling for additional debates among the Democratic Party presidential candidates. As most of you are aware, we've had some issues now with the debate that came up with MSNBC and one of the local New Hampshire television stations, I believe, and I can't remember the call letters right at the moment. I'm sorry. The statement goes on, from the beginning of this campaign, Senator Sanders has called for more debates. Secretary Clinton has not. Now she is asking to change the rules to schedule a debate next week that is not sanctioned by the DNC. Why is that? The answer is obvious. The dynamics of the race have changed, and Senator Sanders has significant momentum. Senator Sanders is happy to have more debates, but we are not going to schedule them on an ad hoc basis at the whim of the Clinton campaign. If Secretary Clinton wants more debates, that's great. We propose 3 additional debates, one in March, April, and May, and none on a Friday, Saturday, or holiday weekend. And all 3 Democratic candidates must be invited. If the Clinton campaign will commit to this schedule, we would ask the DNC to arrange a debate in New Hampshire on February 4th. So that's kind of breaking news coming out of the campaign while we were watching Bernie. Ryan, what do you have to say on that? What are your thoughts? You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. You and I were talking about that earlier today when we were getting ready about how we've been asking for months and months for more debates, and Hillary was awfully quiet, saying, no, I think the DNC has the right amount, and we don't need any more, and now the tide has turned, and Bernie's pulling ahead, and now all of a sudden she wants more debates, and I will be very anxious to see if the DNC complies, because we needed any more proof that they're buddy-buddy with Hillary. But that would be what that shows. Hillary, the queen, wants more debates, and now we might have them. So
yeah, well, I like the particular phrase in the within the context of the document, which is, if Secretary Clinton wants more debates, that's great. We propose 3 additional debates, and they list them out how they want them, which is not on weekends, not on Fridays or Saturdays, not on holidays. It's like, give the people a chance to hear all of the candidates, and I think it's admirable. They want to include Martin O'Malley in that when, his polling numbers are down there, in the 2-3% range. Yeah. I think maybe 4% in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable of a request to not want them on weekends, not have them hidden behind other events or whatever, and to have 3 more debates. It's just so funny because 8 years ago, it was the exact opposite from Hillary Clinton. She was the one saying to Obama, let's debate more. The public deserves to hear us and be educated and make the right decision. And now all of a sudden her tone has changed this election until now. Now she gets to come out and be like, oh yeah, let's have more debates. The people want them. Let's give it to them. It's just another flip-flop.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I want to let everybody know that Denise, she was not feeling very good, so she had to excuse herself and go lay down. So we hope that she feels much better and that she feels better soon. We appreciate everything that she did this evening and her contributions to the broadcast, and taking comments over and bringing them into our document so that we can have that scroll at the bottom. I'm going to read a couple of your comments that I grabbed while I jumped into help with comment moderation that stuck out at me as I was doing it. And again, if I pronounce any of your names wrong, I apologize. Some of the handles are a little bit hard to figure out how they should be said, so bear with me. The first comment that caught my eye was from G. Sheraton. Our Congress and Senate is literally the No Child Left Behind Act theory. And then Caitlin Johnson, know your voting dates. Missouri presidential preference primary is March 15th. Dan Harp, and I had to laugh as I was helping to moderate the chat when this one came up. Dan Harp asked everyone in chat, if you donated to Bernie, type the $sign. And the chat was rolling pretty fast there, and they were just $sign, $sign, $sign. So really enjoyed that. Okay, and I've got another one here that I really love this because I felt that, truly felt the same way. All right, the name is going to be difficult, but I'm going for it. Yunan Aruko. Probably sounds better said faster. She was responding to someone, so it was at COD Camper. This man needs the hug of millions through votes. I agree. We endorse Bernie is an excellent hashtag that's been going around the past couple of days, and let's hug Bernie with votes. I can't think of a better way to do it. And then there was a comment that really caught the attention of several people behind the scenes at Bernie TV, so I'm going to share that with you as well. Tamika A. posted, I can't believe I'm sitting here crying listening to Bernie Sanders. I believe he is the only way to push for equality. I am a disabled, married mother of 3, and I'm in college in a ton of debt so I can help care for my family. Sanders is the way, feel the burn, women for Sanders. Yeah, that one just truly touched me. I couldn't agree more.
That seems to be the type of effect he's having on a lot of people. He is hitting home on a lot of these issues that are affecting millions and millions of people every day. Healthcare, education, these are things that are life-changing to a lot of people, and some people probably have gotten really disenfranchised and lost a lot of hope in the system, thinking that, no one's going to have my back and my life is never going to get better. I'm stuck with this. So to have a guy like Bernie come along is probably really emotional to a lot of people because it's giving them a hope that they may have lost years ago.
Yeah, it's I would have to say that there's a lot of demoralization that's taken place in this country. We've had 35 plus years of trickle down economic policies that have basically been used as methods both at state level and the federal level to funnel money from the average workers, you and I, into the hands of 1%. One of the other things that Brian and I were discussing as we were putting together the rundown for the show, the broadcast, was how if you think in terms of unions, Bernie is our union leader. And I said to Ryan that I would love dearly for right after Bernie took office that he said to the nation, I want you to go out on strike. I want you to shut this place down because it's going to be what it takes for us to bring the greedy bastards to the table.
Yeah. Electing Bernie isn't the end-all be-all, and he tells us that, and so he is the union head, but we are the union, and we need to step up and tell the corporate elitists and the politicians with special interests and that their day is done, and this is what we want, and we're going to have it. And now we at least have someone like Bernie who can be our sounding board and listen to us and give us that edge from the top.
Well, and I'm sure that you noticed, as I did, going through the comment section, that numbers of people refer to Bernie as a very brave man, and I agree. He is standing up to a shitload of power and a shitload of money, and he's doing it on behalf of all of us. And wow.
Yeah, and he said that from the very beginning, why he got into politics, why he was running for president. It's not to be president, it's not to have that office, it's to fight for the right of the people. And that is a really brave thing. He's taking on the establishment, the people who have run this country for decades now. And he's standing up for the little guy.
Well, and
I just want to...
Go ahead.
He makes it very clear. He's not standing up. We are.
Well said, John.
Yeah, Hillary always talks about I this, I that, I, and Bernie's always, we, us, we, together. It's always the collective. It's not the, it's all about me, the individual, and what I've accomplished. With Bernie, it's what are we going to accomplish together. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful meme, John. Thank you.
I just want to say something on that. When I saw somebody make a statement that Hillary's, offering the brains or whatever. I don't know. Hillary is the mind, and Bernie's the heart. All Bernie has to offer is slogans. Well, this works for me, folks. That's not a slogan. That's it. Have you seen 23,000 people in Minnesota? Whatever it takes, that works.
Yeah, it's like Bernie is. Oh, look! What? Claire's back. Hey, Claire.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. What have you got for us, Claire?
Well, Bernie had an interview with Showtime at the end of the rally, so I wasn't able to catch the exit at the end. What I got for you was the crowd count. Crowd count for tonight was over 1,100 people.
Oh my God.
Wow. The facility, you told us at the beginning, held 350 to 500 people. Where were all of these people? Were they all
somewhere? Yeah, I mean, it's cleared out a bunch. I can kind of show you. They got a little bit more lighting going on. Let me see.
If you can, that would be great.
Let me see. I can kind of show you. They're packing things up. I'm sorry, the lighting isn't the greatest. You kind of see here. Let me see if I can get around. I can kind of walk down here. This is the back. This is the overflow here. Excuse me, ladies. I'm walking. I'm still walking. I'm walking briskly, I might add. Here's Bernie volunteers. Say hi, Bernie volunteers. Here's a Model T. And we're to the back here, so you can kind of see all the way up when I can walk up, so I think we can actually, get up front here and actually, from a perspective-wise here from the, hey Dan, another Bernie volunteer. We're pretty close-knit community here.
So, Quinn, I got a question for you as you're walking down. One, can you flip your camera just the other direction?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's one thing. And the other thing is, tell us about the venue. It looks kind of like a mall, like it's got a scenery up and down the either side.
It's designed to mock the music band, the musical.
I don't know if you remember at the beginning of the broadcast here, I mentioned Meredith Brooks, who is a big part of Mason City's history. He was born here. Created the musical Music Man. As you can kind of see, there's some big storefronts. You know, it looks all vintage. I shouldn't say vintage. Vintage is a term I'm antiquing modern style people using.
Well, I got what you meant. With the lighting and everything, it does look like, a vintage old town set where you got on either side of it.
Right, exactly. So, we've got, this wonderful setup, and in the inside, you see these awesome street lamps here, and it's designed to mimic the set of the Music Man, which is what Meredith Brooks wrote. That was, considered to be his masterpiece.
Right. So here's another question for you guys.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I remember the old phone booth. A lot of younger people probably know what I'm talking about. We saw you walk a little bit earlier up to the podium that Bernie was speaking at, and then back down through the hall. Now, where Bernie was speaking, and the area that you're walking, is that all the venue itself? That's the area?
The area that was originally allocated would be
that small that you're
from right here where I'm standing right now. This is the press firewall that I was standing from behind before, to there. That was I'm assuming the original estimate for what they were assuming would show up. So from here, you see that power strip all the way over to there. It's not much space at all.
Okay. So tell us about Bernie. Tell us about the crowd, the reactions. What the atmosphere was like while you were in there.
That was great. People were really getting into what he was saying. You get a great reaction from the Iowa crowds. People were booing when he was talking about Wall Street Green. Really getting into it when, they were talking about, Medicare, for all, campaign finance reform, stuff like that. This is right here where I'm pointing. If you follow us on Iowa for Bernie, this is actually where I had to stand outside that window right there to get the pictures that I took. It was quite a venture to get anything good, because it was just jam packed. Most of the people that we have represented here, as you can see, we've got some people on Matt Brooks, journalists of some sorts.
Right. We are so grateful that you came and brought this.
As always. I think it's a good time that I've been on here. It's always a pleasure.
We are thrilled to have had you, and I'm giving you a hug from Dallas to say thank you very much for bringing it up close and personal to us.
Right, yeah, I'm just upset that, I wasn't able to capture you, but like I said, he had a really important interview with Showtime, which, so that's an important thing to do.
You know, you try to take the price that you can get and take advantage of that. You know, it's definitely great. You know, the media response here and the presence. You know, C-SPAN picking it up, taking it, and running. I love to hear people showing up here. You know, we're a town of 24,000. You know, you heard from my conversation earlier while we're waiting for the show. There's people from up in Minnesota coming down here to see Bernie. You know, that one was he was an ex-Republican, you know, just praising Bernie, a lot of the issues he stands on. You know, it was just great.
Well,
to hear about these important issues and how they resonate between both parties.
And it was wonderful that you were able to do this for us again. We are very, very appreciative. We are going to, it's getting kind of loud on your end, so we're going to say thank you so much, Quinn. We look forward to another feed from you down the road, and maybe have a safe evening and stay warm.
Right, I gotta get some groceries.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, no problem, guys. It's always a pleasure. Check us out on Iowa Bernie on Twitter, and you know, we are Bernie. Have a great night, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Ryan, do you have any final thoughts? It's been kind of a long day for John, for the rest of us, and we are just tired.
Yeah, I'll just say a quick thank you to everyone who left in chat and the thousands of people who were watching us earlier today. Thank you all. Thanks to Celeste and Denise. Hopefully she gets well soon. And Quinn, that was super awesome. I'm glad we got to do that. And hopefully we'll be able to talk to him again sometime.
Great. And I want to say thank you to everybody involved in the broadcast, the front end, the back end. I want to thank Eric and Cindy, Ryan, I know you were in chat as well. Cynical Girl was in there. I want to thank her, Simcat. They were all helpful in the chat. Denise, hope you feel better. Ryan, it's been a pleasure hosting with you. I appreciate all the time you spent this afternoon helping put that rundown together. And John, Janine, appreciate everything that y'all do from the back. Kathy, same thing. I saw that you were helping out. So just really appreciative of everybody. Steph, your work is wonderful. And we are going to close out now. Remember to come back and see us Thursday evening for We the People. We may have a guest or we may be phone banking. It's going to be a surprise for all of us. Again, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Here's my closeout video for y'all by Killer Mike Reagan.
Our government has a firm policy not to capitulate to terrorist demands. That no concessions policy remains in force. In spite of the wildly speculative and false stories about arms for hostages and alleged ransom payments, we did not, I repeat, did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages. More ruthless than of the wilderness. Freedom of some bullshit. Will we ever do again? Cause just keep settling for the shit. Brag on having bread, but none of us are bakers. We all talk having greens, but none of us are makers. None of us are acres, and none of us will wheat. Then who will feed our people when our people need to eat? So our people solve lack of understanding. Cause all we seem to give them is some ballin' and some dancing. As we talking about our car and imaginary mansions, we should be indicted for bullshit we inciting. Have the children deaf and pretend that it's exciting. We are advertisements for agony and pain. Exploit the youth, we tell them to join the gang. We tell them dope stories, introduced them to the gang. All of us north introduced us to cocaine. In the 80s when them bricks came on military plane. show the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true, but the facts and the evidence tell me it is not.
The end of the Reagan era. I'm like Lemma 12, old enough to understand the shit that changed forever. They declared the war on drugs, like a war on terror. But what it really did was let the police terrorize whoever. But mostly black boys, but they would call us niggas and lay us on our belly while they fingers on their triggers. They boots was on our head, they dogs was on our crotches, and they would beat us up if we had diamonds on our watches. And they would take our drugs and money as they pick our pockets. I guess that's the privilege of policing for some profit. But thanks to Reaganomics, prison turned to profit. Cause free labor's the cornerstone of U.S. economics. So slavery was abolished unless you are in prison. You think I ambush you till they read the 13th Amendment? Involuntary servitude and slavery it prohibits. That's why they giving drug offenders time and double six. Ronald Reagan was an actor, not at all a factor. Just an employee of the country's real masters. Just like the Bushes, Clinton and Obama, just another talking head telling lies on teleprompter. If you don't believe the theory, then argue with your logic. Why did Reagan and Obama both go after Gaddafi? Men laid in sovereign soil, going after oil. Taking countries is a hobby, paid for by the oil lobby. Same as in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I'm a dealer, John, say they coming for our brand. They only love the rich and how they load the poor. If I say any money, they might be at my door. Who the fuck is that? Staring in my window, doing that surveillance. Oh, Mr. Michael Render. I'm dropping off the grid before they pump the lead. I leave you with a word. I'm glad Reagan dead.
Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan. Ronald 6 Reagan. 6